touching, eh? Hands off. All right. Without further ado, I would like to...
Are we online there? A very good morning to all the colleagues that are present and those that are online. It's an honor for me to introduce the guest speaker for today, who's Advocate Seliso Tupanyane. Now, some of you on the program may have seen that Advocate Lotz was supposed to address us today, but unfortunately he's got caught up at the international hearings that are taking place in terms of race, class, and gender, and a society deeply affected by poverty and violence. However, as a democracy, we rely greatly on the Commission to navigate the political, economic, and social challenges facing the country, including challenges presented by the legacy of apartheid and colonialism. Just getting to Advocate Tupanyane, he has a BSc, LLB, and an LLM in human rights, as well as an LLM in corporate law. I hope I've not missed anything. The advocate, as I've mentioned, is the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Human Rights Commission and former Chief Executive Officer of the Safer South African Foundation. He spent over 13 years in the South African Human Rights Commission as head of research, mainly responsible for the monitoring of economic and social rights and access to information rights before becoming the CEO. He has been a former researcher on criminal justice at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and a former law lecturer at the University of Western Cape, Columbia University Law School, New York, and Ramapo College of New Jersey. He has numerous publications on human rights issues and has presented conference papers, and listen to this, in over 20 countries in Africa, Europe, America, and Asia. Hopefully the advocate will also just include Richards Bay in future. Some may think it's a country. He has been admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Lesotho and South Africa, and served on the Project Committee on Child Justice of the then South African Law Commission. He has also served as an advisory board member of the Executive Committee of the Council for Advancement of the South African Constitution, and he is a former board member of the Open Democracy Advice Center and the Children's Institute. Colleagues, I give to you Advocate Seliso Tupanyane.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me greet yourselves all.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to step in on behalf of our provincial manager and Advocate Lloyd, and also, for us allowing us to be here today. I was asked to come up with my own topic by Lloyd. So I chose a topic really which is headed the upholding the rule of law in a challenged democracy and achievements and challenges of the Human Rights Commission. Now, and of course, I presume that I'm with lawyers here, And therefore, the definition of the rule of law, despite its wide interpretations, Dicey said that it's quite a nebulous concept to get into. But clearly, for me, it's quite clear that the rule of law is indeed one of the founding values of our constitution. And unfortunately, I was saying to a colleague of mine recently that sometimes, we take the rule of law as lawyers in a very narrow sense, as if it's confined to lawyers to a large extent. But, when you unpack the rule of law in its broad definition, then you then appreciate that it is basically the engine, which basically keeps our democracy in line, which also, ensure that human rights are indeed, are realized. So I just want to start by just reading a short quotation on what the rule of law is being seen as elsewhere. So I'm looking at the report of the UN Secretary General in 2005, headed the rule of law and transitional justice in conflict and post-conflict societies. And the report then goes as follows, as far as the definition of the rule of law, that the rule of law refers to a principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated, and which are consistent with international human rights norms and standards. It requires as well measures to ensure adherence to the principle of supremacy of law, equality before law, accountability to the law, fairness in the application of law, separation of powers, participation in decision-making, legal certainty, avoidance of arbitrariness, and procedural and legal transparency. Of course, other people have given their own definitions as to what the rule of law entails. But I guess for the purpose of this discussion, I really want to confine myself to this. So, as I was saying earlier on, our own constitution in section 1 does ensure that the rule of law is indeed the founding value of our constitution. But then we really fully appreciate what the rule of law really entails outside the legal fraternity as South Africans, in view of its wide nature, as defined above. Now, if you look then at our constitution, there's a numerous reference of principles which inform the rule of law. So the preamble, for example, makes reference to equal protection by law for every citizen. That's also a component of the rule of law. And then section 1 makes reference to issues of accountability, responsiveness, openness, or transparency. Section 2, of course, refers again to the issues of the supremacy of the Constitution, but more importantly, that the fulfillment of all obligations of the Constitution must be given effect to, as per section 237 of the Constitution. And of course, section 7 also provides that the state must respect, promote, protect, and fulfill rights in the Bill of Rights. And therefore, the rule of law simply also talks about us adhering to the law. So the Bill of Rights itself is an instrument or a manifestation of the rule of law. And then, of course, section 9 refers to the fact that everyone is equal before the law and has a right to equal protection and benefit of the law. Section 33 provides that everyone has a right to have adverse decisions made by administrators to be able to have the written reasons for such actions, and of course the right also to review such administrative actions which affect someone's right before a court of law, an appropriate or independent or impartial tribunal. And then Section 34 again provides that everyone has the right to a dispute that can be resolved by law in a fair public hearing before a forum or tribunal. That's also part of the rule of law. And then Section 41 again refers to the issues of transparency, accountability by all organs of state, which should also be effective and provide a coherent governance. And then Section 155, which we're all familiar with, provides that a public administration must be accountable and transparent and provide services impartially, fairly. So again, another component of the rule of law. And then, of course, Section 181, the role of establishment of bodies like us, the Human Rights Commission and other Chapter 9 institutions, which have been established to ensure that we strengthen constitutional democracy. So it's very clear, colleagues, that the rule of law in Section 1 has a very broad interpretation and a very broad application, which means all of us as South Africans outside the legal fraternity should then appreciate what the rule of law entails and how then do we ensure that we do give effect to rule of law. Now, so many years since this constitution was adopted, where are we today as a country in terms of the rule of law? And hence my title today, that how then do we uphold the rule of law in a challenged democracy like ours, and what has been the role of the Human Rights Commission in this regard? We're 25 years late. Well, we're 25 years old. We're established in 1995. So clearly, with that broad interpretation of the rule of law, definitely our democracy is highly challenged. We have massive levels of unemployment, massive levels of poverty, high levels of violence in our country, high levels of corruption, and of course, as we have indicated in our paper, that we also want to contextualize this in the hearings we're having now in Durban following the July unrest, which by far is definitely one of the biggest tragedies as far as human rights are concerned, where we've lost over 350 lives. We have lost more than 50 billion rands to our economy, which will have a major impact on many other issues. And we have had people's property looted. And unfortunately, we also have racial violence in Durban and in Pietermaritzburg. And so there's again, all this reflect, to our failure as a country, as government, as public institutions, to uphold the rule of law in its broad definition. And therefore, what does it say then about bodies like us as a Human Rights Commission? Now, of course, as you know, that we've been established to promote and protect human rights, as well as to monitor the observance of human rights. And of course, over the last 25 years, we've had good returns, but not all the time. So in a way, we could say that the state of our democracy today, the challenging nature of our democracy today, does highlight the failure by all of us, including the Human Rights Commission, to really give effect to the principles of the rule of law. And therefore, it does require from our side the need really for us to have a much broader appreciation of the rule of law. And I think this is a challenge for us. And this is what we're trying to address in our hearing in Durban, that we need to make sure that we never again see this tragedy happening in our country. But also it does raise questions that, much of the unrest, much of the unrest can also be attributed to the underlying factors, or underlying causes, issues of poverty, unemployment, but also inefficiency of the organs of state. What happened? How come these issues were not prevented by our law enforcement agencies? Where was the intelligence? And how come the police were slow to react. But more importantly for us is what led to South Africans, who took a decision in 1996 that democracy will be founded on the values of the rule of law. Does it mean then that we have failed as South Africans to really make our people to appreciate what the rule of law entails, from primary school to high school in our institutions? Because, despite the fact that, there is poverty and unemployment, but when people decide to go out and undermine the rights of others, loot their properties, or kill people simply because they happen to be of a different color of skin, or for law enforcement officials not to do their work. Section 205 is very clear that the police have a constitutional obligation to protect the lives of South Africans and their property. So that is also part of the rule of law. So for me, it does then show that we really need to do a lot more work as a Human Rights Commission to really ensure that there is a proper appreciation of the concept of these values in our Constitution, the rule of law, and that this concept should not just be seen as a concept, dabbled with by lawyers. All our people need to understand what we mean when we say that our country is founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, that we need to respect the rule of law. And what does the rule of law entail? So it's clearly that the rule of law goes beyond just respecting a few laws. It's really about how democracies are run. It's about how public servants do their work. It's about how we as citizens also hold our public servants to account. And it's very clear that, if there has been a much higher appreciation of the rule of law, certainly we could have avoided these issues. Certainly we could have done a lot more to address issues of poverty and unemployment in our country. Could have done a lot more in addressing gender-based violence. I guess this also then requires bodies like ourselves as a Human Rights Commission to really reflect that, if we have been established to uphold democracy and to uphold the rule of law, have we done enough ourselves as a commission to make South Africans appreciate? Because there is no way a small body like us with about 180 people with a budget of about 200 million rands can really protect human rights across the country. This was never the design of a body like ours. Our role is simply to act as a catalyst where we can, and of course, from time to time, issue a yellow card or a red card to anybody who violates this. But the strength of our democracy in a much deeper and wider appreciation of what the rule of law entails. And therefore, this also then becomes a challenge to colleagues in universities, in law schools, to say, how then do we really advance the understanding of the rule of law? So one might say, on a lighter note, if I was to ask a percentage of your law students, how many of them really appreciate the concept of the rule of law in its widest context? And we really, in our teachings, in our classes, make people appreciate what the rule of law entails in its broad sense of word, since it's one of the values which then inform our democracy. So a lot of work still has to be done in this instance, but clearly, the July unrest has really, to some extent, a wake-up call. That 27 years later in our country, we have this kind of situation, and what we are hearing, from the corners there, that if we don't do enough, we'll see a repeat of this incidences. We've just heard this week that the levels of unemployment have gone high, and petrol is going up, and many South Africans are really living under poverty. So for them, the rule of law, in its broader sense, does not make sense, and because the rule of law also entails the Bill of Rights. And therefore, is this Bill of Rights really worth anything to them, or is just a piece of paper? So I gave this one issue which we have to address, that, if we then have this rights in our constitution, but they really mean nothing to our people in terms of reality on the ground, then it means failure by the state to deliver on the Bill of Rights also then undermines the respect for the rule of law. And then it might also then explain then why we still have high levels of poverty and violence in our country. Because someone was saying that there can be no peace if there is no justice. And what does justice entail in our country? Justice entail that there must be fairness, the laws in our country, the constitutional obligations must be delivered and effected adequately by the state in particular. So then going back then to the topic then, clearly then to uphold the rule of law in a challenged democracy as ours will definitely become a challenge. And therefore, there's really a need for bodies like us to do a lot more than we've been doing in the past. But there's also a need for universities as well to reflect also that, if we are institutions of higher learning, are we just here to produce certificated people, or we're here also to ensure that the values in our constitution, the values of the rule of law, are given greater effect, and we bring about necessary transformation in our societies to ensure that, the rule of law then becomes indeed a very important value of our constitution, a value which is shared by all of us as South Africans. So colleagues, in this short remarks then, that is really my food for thoughts around these issues, as to exactly what should we be doing to deepen the respect of the rule of law in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate, for that informative and enlightening address. I think when you've mentioned that the rule of law is not just a concept for lawyers, I think that holds very true. Everyone needs to respect and advance the rule of law. And I agree, there can be no peace if there's no justice. So, those were some very important statements that you made. But I'll now open up for questions from the audience. Mr. Hiralal, you can go first. Okay. Okay, let's go online. Kyla, do you have a question? You are muted.
Maybe she wrote a comment in the chat.
Okay, let's just see. Did she? I don't see any.
See anything?
No, she
There
is.
is nothing on the chat.
She's muted. Maybe she's. Okay, let's take maybe other questions. Mr. Hiralal and then Dr. Matadi.
Thank you, Professor Iyer. Advocate Tupanyane, I think this was an excellent talk. The way you understand, human rights and the rule of law, and the way you unpacked it and the way you explained it, it made it clear to us all the challenges that you face as an organization. With the limited resources that you have, but the passion that you showed and the complexities that you identified really, it was an eye-opener. My question, Advocate, is that in 1994, we were given this little book, The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And thereafter, there was no, the Constitution and obviously the accompanying Bill of Rights became a separate entity on its own. I don't know if South Africans really take ownership of the Constitution, or has the Constitution and the Bill of Rights become estranged to us? Because since 1994, when we were given that little book, there has been no effort to incorporate the Bill of Rights education in terms of a subject called life orientation in school. And it is part of being patriotic that we understand this Constitution and teach it to our kids so that they take ownership of it, so that they can protect and promote it when they grow up. So I just want your comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirala.
Do I
Advocates,
respond now or wait for more questions?
do you prefer to respond now or wait for more questions, Advocate?
Okay. Let me respond then. Yes, this has been a controversial question. We've had a couple of fights with government about this, because the mandate of the Human Rights Commission is also to promote human rights, to raise awareness, and teach South Africans about human rights. But somehow we find that, government then tends to look at us as if we're the main players. And we say no. Section 7 of the Constitution comes before Section 181 and 184 of the Constitution, which means the obligation to promote, protect, and fulfill human rights. It is that of the state. And the state has got all the resources, Department of Education and everybody else, to do this. And clearly not enough has been done. Now, our fault, I guess, as the Human Rights Commission has been not to put sufficient pressure on government to do this. So, for example, we helped to draft the Equality Act, which was passed in 2000. As we speak, 20 years later, the promotional parts of that act have not come into operation, and which were really meant to raise awareness to South Africans about the need to promote equality and avoid issues of unfair discrimination. We have equality courts, more than 300 of those equality courts. They are probably on average only dealing with 2 matters in a year. So we have these resources and mechanisms which are not being used at all, adequately. Now, in fairness to us as a Human Rights Commission, and also in fairness to government itself, we do run promotional awareness. I'm sure you are aware of our media coverage. But in the past 2 years, we joined with Department of Justice and Education, Basic Education, to run the school moot court competition, where basically, we host the final rounds at the Constitutional Court, where high school learners all over the country, argue cases before the Constitutional Court judges, and then we give them awards. 2 years, last year or year before last year, I think, actually our learners won the international moot court competition in Parliament, in Poland, and beat the US. So it's one small attempt, but clearly, as you rightly point out, a lot more needs to be done to make sure that the values of our Constitution become the values of South Africans as a whole. And we still have a long way to go. And that's why that we have incidences like we had in July. That's why we still have high levels of gender-based violence. But more importantly, that's why we still have high levels of arrogant public servants. Many of them are looting our state resources. Look at the mess in Eskom, the mess in Transnet. These are public servants who have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution, and they're not doing so. And we're not even holding them to account. What is the role of Parliament as well? And I want to say that if South Africans were fully aware of their rights and these provisions, they would not be putting up with much of this nonsense we're seeing from public servants. Thanks.
Thank you, Advocate. I'll move to Dr. Matadi. Oh, sorry, Ms. Kanile.
Good morning. Good morning. Firstly, I would like to ask this question. Okay, with the current looting that the country has experienced, South Africa is obviously far from upholding the rule of law. Even though the question is not very far from what who has just been previously asked, I wanted to ask, as the Human Rights Commission, what measures or policy considerations are being put in place to ensure that the rule of law is upheld, not only theoretically but also practically, to prevent what just happened during July unrest? Thank you.
Thank you. We went to Treasury to ask for money to conduct these hearings for a number of reasons. But one was to try and help, to avoid future occurrences. But more importantly, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Colleagues, please ensure that you are muted so there's no disturbance. Thank you.
But more importantly, to really fight hard to create a sense of accountability in our country that, people who do wrong things should be held to account. So for us to hold these public hearings, to actually ask ministers, police commissioners and whatever, to explain to the people of this country what happened, what went wrong, and what do you intend doing about this. It's a contribution which hopefully will make, will contribute positively going forward. But it's really important that, we as a commission with our mandate have to send a very clear message that those who violate human rights, those who don't do their work in advancing human rights should be held accountable. Now, as a body which basically flows from the ombudsman, our role is also to help Parliament, but clearly we can see there's a problem with Parliament. Parliament is not doing its work to hold the executive to account. Parliament should actually have been the first one to have this hearing, to call the executive to say, what happened? We put you in charge there to protect our citizens. What happened? Please explain. And it's quite sad that up until now, there's been no such hearing by Parliament to ask the executive serious questions. But also the people of this country should be asking the government, we are voting for you, we pay our taxes, tell us what went wrong. I guess maybe we're expecting the Human Rights Commission to do that, we're trying, but we need a much higher, deeper level of accountability, which is also a component of the rule of law. Thanks.
Thank you. Advocate, I see there is a message in the chat group from Thomas Radzalani. He says that with the culture of toy-toying, fighting for everything, starting from children, students, and parents, working or fighting for service, how can that be balanced with the respect of law and the rule of law?
Thank you. I guess what I was trying to say that, the concept of the rule of law needs to have a very broad interpretation, and that it should be a concept or a value which all of us as South Africans do embrace. The rule of law is not that different from the concept of Ubuntu, that, I am because of you, and therefore we need to hold each other to account. That's what I was saying. I think we really need to liberate the concept of the rule of law from lawyers and make it a people's concept. Maybe then we'll actually have a better success, that if every South African was aware that the responsibility of upholding the rule of law, it is our responsibility at home and everywhere else, and that, we don't see this, flagrant violations of our laws and norms by ordinary South Africans. As if they're not part of the state. It's our state, it's our government. And therefore, the rule of law is part of us. So I think we do need to bring government and the people closer. Unfortunately, we have created a tendency where our people are made to feel that those in government are the bosses and not part of them. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Mutali.
Hello. Thank you, Advocate, for your discussion this morning. My question is, you mentioned that you are a Human Rights Commission, you uphold the rule of law, and you act as a catalyst to sometimes you issue yellow card or if most of the time also red card, and then what's next? Perhaps after mentioning that here there's a lot of corruption or the state is failing on its obligation to protect, fulfill, and promote the rights in the Bill of Rights. So what's next? Are you also failing as a commission or succeeding in your mission? And also my second question is, you mentioned that you raise awareness of human rights, but how are you doing it in some rural areas? Please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Section 181 of the Constitution places an obligation on all organs of state to uphold the independence and effectiveness of chapter institutions, to support them, and to ensure that they are indeed effective. Unfortunately, that has not always happened. So 25 years later, we do make many recommendations to government. Unfortunately, some of them are ignored. And that's why now sometimes we do have to go to court, and we do go to court on several cases. I think in a year, we are probably in court more than 30 times. I mean, our latest court case was one of John Twelani and a few others, just trying to, help. But for me, I think what is really, really important is the cultural change and mindset. We have a number of constitutional bodies here: Auditor General, Public Protector, IC. And if we as South Africans were ready to embrace this institution and ensure that they do their work and they get supported, but also criticize where they don't do their work, I'm sure we'll have made a much bigger headway. The challenge I have seen in the Commission over the past many years is that many organs of state see us as an enemy. They see us as guys who want to give them yellow cards and not appreciate that actually we are guys who are here to help, ensure that there is respect for the rule of law and therefore democracy and human rights. Now, over the past 25 years, we have done a number of programs really around promotion. For example, now, so we have 9 provincial officers, and we have an advocacy officer in each province in order to raise awareness. We go to schools, we go to churches, we monitor police stations, we do radio programs, we work with civil society. We are now forming what we call human rights champions, where we want to work with civil society to identify people in communities who can actually work with us in order to advance human rights. So we've really done quite a lot in terms of our small sizes as an institution to raise awareness all over the show. But secondly, remember, we also have a mandate to report to the UN treaty bodies. So the Human Rights Commission actually has speaking rights at the UN Human Rights Council. So every year, we submit reports to Parliament and to various treaty bodies on the state of human rights in our country. We conduct hearings. We get about 10,000 complaints a year on human rights issues in our country. So you can imagine the kind of matters we deal with day in, day out to raise awareness on human rights issues. And then we have a new mandate now under the optional protocol on the prevention of torture, where we monitor all the police stations. So we have the mandate now to go to any police station without notice to go and check the state of affairs. And of course, those who have been arrested or been there, you are quite aware of the appalling conditions in which people are kept under. And we raise these issues. But as I was saying, unfortunately, one of the challenges we are getting is the resistance, passive resistance, if I may call it, by organs of state to ignore our recommendations. Even the Auditor General, big as they are, do complain that they make audits reports, but hey, 25 years later, they just get ignored. And that's why, for example, now local government has collapsed. There's poor service delivery, as if there's no reports from the AG year after year to say You are not performing, you're not spending taxpayers' money properly. With us, for example, with the under PAIA, we're supposed to get reports from all organs of state every year on what they've done to provide access to information to the public. Much of the local government does not comply. We report this to Parliament year in, year out. The reports just sit there and gather dust, with due respect. But we're trying. Thanks.
Thank you. Prof. Chouari has a question. Colleagues, if you could just briefly introduce ourselves and then ask the question, because I may not know some of you from outside South Africa.
Yes, I am Prof. Tiwari in the faculty. Sir, I have a burning question. That is that human rights, you are our last hope and you are protecting a lot of people. But what generally people say, or the perception that prevails, is that human rights organization they are mainly protecting the human rights of perpetrators, not the victims. Victims go unnoticed, and human rights commissions don't take any suo moto action protecting the victims. I appreciate that human rights of everybody is important, but what about the human rights of victims? Since there is no spokesperson for them, therefore they are not looked after. What is your stance about it, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Chouari.
Thanks. Sometimes I say that our successes becomes our threats. That, we are quite small, but it looks like, the protection and promotion of human rights becomes the sole responsibility of the Human Rights Commission. I recall, in 2008, during the xenophobic violence in Alexander, we had a fight with government that was saying, well, the xenophobic violence happened because you guys are not doing your work. And we say, but guys, you are forgetting who we are. I had this debate with one minister. I said, listen, in 2008, my budget was 75 million rands. Yours is 20 billion rands. What are you doing? And what are we doing? But to answer your question, we had an inquiry, for example, in Alexander last year, on the situation in Alexander. We produced a report. We are asking government to address the issues there. We did a hearing in the Vaal River, where municipalities are dumping raw sewage into the Vaal River. We did the hearing in Hammanskraal. So we do, take matters from the victims of human rights violations. That's why I'm saying, we go to court on a number of times. We had a case in Pietermaritzburg against the municipality in terms of how they were handling waste management. We take lots of complaints around racial discrimination. The case of John Kolani, which we took to Constitutional Court, was because, we felt that the remarks of John Kolani basically passing unfortunate remarks on people of different sexual orientation was not acceptable. So, in the last 25 years, we have been getting on average really 10,000 complaints from South Africans on human rights violations. Unfortunately, as I'm saying, the nature, the magnitude of the problem of human rights in our country, levels of poverty, unemployment, clearly, and if you think that the Commission is supposed to be the primary face, then it will appear like we're really failing. But our failure as a Commission is also a failure of government and all South Africans.
Thank you, Advocate.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Hiralal?
Thank you. Advocate, I hate to do this to you, but internationally, there is this debate about mandatory vaccines. And this is now a debate in South Africa. where does the Human Rights Commission, I know it's sub judice, but where does the Human Rights Commission stand on this point of view?
Thank you, Mr. Hilal.
Yeah. Well, in the spirit of fairness, transparency, and accountability, since you pay my salary as a taxpayer, we've had our own debates in the Commission about the issue of the mandatory vaccinations. We've had a senior legal opinion, which some of us disagreed with. We looked at the Department of Labor directive of July about, mandatory vaccinations. We've had meetings with them and CCMA and everybody else. Now, we are saying that, this is really an issue about balancing of rights. The National Health Act is very clear that nobody should be forced, to undergo medical treatment against their will, unless there is a law which limits that right. Then, on the other hand, you have the Occupation and Safety Act, Health Act, which requires the employer to create a healthy and a safe working space. Then you have the Disaster Management Act, which has led to us wearing masks. So then you have Section 12 of the Constitution, which says that nobody should really be forced to undergo medical treatment against their will. It also talks about bodily integrity. It also talks about not being subjected to cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment and punishment, and treatment. So we are saying as a commission, I guess this is where then we have some fight internally. Some of us were of the view that the directive by Department of Labor cannot be seen as a law of general application, and therefore it cannot be the basis for forcing people to be vaccinated. We've had different views in the commission about this. But what we have agreed upon in the commission is this, that in terms of the Constitution, rights can be balanced, rights can be limited. And therefore, if there is a need, and I think there is a need to some extent, to compel people to be vaccinated, then let us do the right thing. Let us limit that right. Now, that's where our frustration really comes in. Where is the law of general application, which can then be tested in terms of Section 36 of the Constitution, that it actually meets the limitation requirement? Or are we going to do these things by policy or some directives? And we're also quite wary about government, executive, wanting to limit rights by directives. We think that as a Puritans, in terms of constitutionalism, that we should not allow this. So why is the government not willing to come up with a very clear policy? We've also had governments saying, we'll not impose mandatory vaccinations, blah, 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 blah. So it's kind of frustrating. And we've been saying, let us go to court and sort out these matters. So we're also watching universities and businesses saying, okay, we're now going to force people. Now, where is the law? Well, if you're going to do it by policy, let's test the policy. But as an employer at the Human Rights Commission, we are supporting vaccinations. Our argument is very simple, that if people are vaccinated, they stand a better chance of surviving the impact of COVID-19, and therefore we don't lose much productivity, we don't lose much deaths. It also minimizes the impact on our challenged health systems. So for those reasons, we might actually support mandatory vaccinations if there's a clear law of general application. But we're also quite wary that, the issue of saying people must be banned from malls and stuff like that, we need to be very careful of this. I mean, we are a constitutional state, we are bound by the rule of law, and therefore, let the broad definition of the rule of law apply. That will be our answer. Sorry for being cheeky.
Thank you, Advocate. I think that was the last question. Is there one more hand? Okay, let's have the last question. Very briefly, we just got about a minute or two, and then we'll stop.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for the Okay, my question is related to Pan-Africanism. You have a lot of work to do in South Africa, but currently there are so many gross human rights abuses in the African continent. Right now in East Africa, in Ethiopia, in the north part of Ethiopia, in Tigray region, there are around 9 million people. They didn't get electricity, they didn't get banking, no salaries, nothing for 1 year. The government has blocked everything. This is a gross human rights abuse. So what is your stance on such very crucial issues which are done on the African continent? Thank you.
Thank you. The Commission has been established under the UN General Assembly Resolution 1993, called the Paris Principle. And of course, our view is that human rights are universal, interrelated, interdependent. Unfortunately, our mandate as a Commission tends to be national. Of course, there's always a debate as to when do we comment on human rights issues outside the country. I mean, for example, last year we did issue a statement raising concerns about the treatment of South Africans in China. We have expressed comments about the situation in Zimbabwe, but we are still debating, and the view is that we don't really have a free hand as a national body to comment on international issues outside the country. What we normally do is that, if there are concerns, we will speak to our international association. So we have an association of human rights commissions all over the world with an office in Geneva. We have an office also in Kenya for African issues. But, as you are aware, the AU politics are quite vicious. So we have been staying a little bit away from those issues. We did get involved, for example, in the issues of Morocco and Polisario. But to be honest, our engagement outside the country has been a bit of a checkered approach. We always have to find an angle which we can get into as South Africans. But that's why, for example, we didn't really get involved in the issue of whether Miss South Africa should go to Israel or not. But it does become a challenge for us because human rights are indeed universal. What happens in our neighborhood affects us. What happens in Europe affects us. It's an ongoing debate as to how we can deal with this. I remember, for example, many years ago, when we were quite unhappy with the situation in Zimbabwe, we wrote to President Mbeki and said, listen, can South African government intervene in Zimbabwe, even, for example, using the provisions of the African Charter to lodge a complaint in the African Commission against Zimbabwe. At the same time, we saw how our own government engineered the termination of the SADC Human Rights Tribunal. So there are mechanisms in Africa which can be used to address human rights situations, even in Ethiopia and Eritrea. But unfortunately, we have not really done that well because we are still not sure whether we do have a leg to stand on to comment on human rights situations in other countries in Africa or elsewhere in the world, except where they affect South Africans.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you for taking the time of your busy schedule and gracing us with your presence. As you can hear, there are a lot of questions. We could have gone on the entire day, but we know you're a busy person, and we also have other presentations that are coming up. But once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, or shall I say, Dr. Professor Aya. Well, Advocate Tipiani, I must say, you know, that's the fascinating thing about law, and I'm so glad that we didn't only have law people commenting the whole time, because law is fascinating, it's evolving, it can only excite you, but I suppose I'm a little bit biased coming from a law profession. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked, we are going to be deviating a little bit from the program. First and foremost, the good news is that we're going to break for tea. I believe there should be a few snacks left, so we're going to have a quick cup of tea or cup of coffee before we break into our various sessions. The venues are as per your program, so you can just follow your venues. Just one other reminder that I've been asked to just reiterate is obviously the people that are living on the edge. In other words, people that are going to be attending the Tula Tula excursion. Arrangements have been made for transport. Transport will be leaving from the front of the building at 12:30 sharp. The caterer has also made provision for a mystery box that you can snack on whilst you're in the bus. But don't be too perturbed, because on your arrival at Tula Tula, you will also be served a lunch, whereafter you'll be going on your game drive. I have sent out a WhatsApp to all the Ellies, so I hope they have received it, and I hope that you will have memorable sightings, and that you will all come back. Well, should I rather say safely back. On that point, please make sure that you sign your indemnity and your disclaimer before getting onto the bus to Tula Tula. But before that is the end of it, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor, and you know, we've been doing this since 2011. Is that right, Prof? Yes. Where Prof Kasiram has been running with this, and the brainchild of the project, Prof Tiwari, Dr. Professor Tiwari and Dr. Professor Kasiram, just to say the word of thanks. Thank you very much. Enjoy your sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful time and drive safely home.
Thanks, Dr. Calvino. We are breaking from our normal or our usual routine of having a closure at the end. It's why we're doing that is because we're hard pressed for time, one, and two, by the end of the conference, people are so exhausted that they want to, take their flights, go home to their families, and so on. And so we are doing it now so that we get maximum coverage. In the past, I used to actually tear sometimes, and I should just get overwhelmed. But I think now, armed with being wiser and older, I've fortified myself. So anyway, what I'm grateful for. So I'm doing a vote of thanks, but I'm at about 6 o'clock this morning. I don't know if Charlotte never sleeps, because he sent a vote of thanks in the group chat, and trying to tell me, hey, whose names I should not forget, etc. And because I usually do forget names, because I tend to speak off the cuff. But let me start with the beginning. I would first and foremost with Prof. Tiwari. In 2014, Prof. Tiwari introduced this concept of us having a faculty conference, and we were all novices. There was no such thing as performance management systems and so on. And as Lizelle was saying, 2011, I think it was earlier, it was from 2009 that we started these conferences in the Forest Inn. It was truly a bush setting, and that was our humble beginnings. And then from there, we've expanded into what we have today. But what we have today is not the grandest of events. So those of you who have been part of the conference in 2016 and 2018 know what a grand affair it is, in the form of entertainment, in the form of the presentations and the involvement of participants from around the country, from the continent and the world. And we hope to have that next year. The only thing that can prevent us from having something like that is if there's a new variant. that's more dangerous than Omicron. And heaven forbid that such a turn of events is to occur. But I'm assuming that we will be blessed with good healthy environmental conditions for us to have a grand event again, and it's going to be even grander in the sense that we are going to have an American university that's going to be partnering with us. We're going to have a university from India that's going to be partnering with us, and our friends, our esteemed friends from Fort Hare, who are here in abundance, will also be partnering with us for this conference. And so it's a vote in thanks for the future, in anticipation of what is to happen. And I'm very excited about it. So what we're going to do going forward, we're going to be having planning sessions. This whole conference that was planned entirely online. For the first time, I saw people that we've been working with from March, April this year. For the first time I saw them was 2 days ago in the boardroom, and that was another affair that I will tell you about. But I know I have to be quick. So anyway, so we are going to have online meetings, and we're going to invite our colleagues from Fort Hare, our colleagues from India, and Appalachian State. But the time zones, so some are back in time, others are future in time, and we are on time. And so it's going to be very difficult to arrange it, but we'll make a plan. What I'd like to say is the originals, the original people that were part of this, and the core people I'm talking about, was Prof. Tawari, who introduced it in 2014. Then was Charlene, Calvino, Geely, Christo, and myself. We are the core, but Prof. Iyer, Prof. Luba, there was Mazarodze, there was Evans, there was, I can't even read my name, Prof. Contagianis. I can't read the names here because I was just scribbling it whilst I was half asleep. We were all part of the core. And in our first meeting, we said, no, this is impossible. So we wrote a long motivation to Prof. Tawari as to why we cannot have this conference. And Prof. Tawari says, no, you must have it. It's part of your key performance. You just got to do it. But with our professionalism, we put it together, we conceptualized it, and it was a wow moment when in 2016 it all came together. And for the first time, some of you people were part of it, and it was really a wonderful event. And then it became even better in 2018. And now this conference was really planned in a blended fashion. And so we had to deal with people from ICT. We had to bring in Fachi. We had to bring in CMD. And when we were planning this, it was, I don't know if you ever saw like the sending a satellite or one of those space vehicles to Mars or to the moon. You'll find all these people with computers and so on, and how they, the coordinator, and they're all working together. And this is how this event happened over the last few days. We had people from CMD, we had Fada in Kululeko, we had Fachi, we had Samiso, and this is my way of doing vote of thanks to them. And we were looking at, like here we had to pay about 18,000 Rand just for the surround sound so that we could interface with the online. So it was lots of new things we had to learn, and we are very grateful for that. And all our meetings from March to now were done very efficiently, and everyone was attending, and people were to the point, and they were finished in less than an hour and a half in most cases, and people were on the job and that sort of thing. We had a bit of a crisis with the food, and I hope you all enjoyed the food with Function Foods, and we had to pay about 20 grand extra, but we said, you know what, we have guests from out of town, and we cannot disappoint them. And so we cannot get service providers in who we are not sure of. And Dr. Calvino ensured that we had to go, we gave a PO number to some unknown entity, and she ensured that she made noise, she worried me and sent emails and all of that, and so we made sure that we got the best food. Right. And we had some flowers in all the venues, and this is really wonderful. And all you people with the discussions, with the inputs, and also I know that there were some con artists no, well, they're not in our midst, they were never here. They put their names on the program, but they never pitch up, and so we're a bit disappointed that we never get everyone who was supposed to present at different sessions presenting. But we are grateful for all of you who are here and who have presented, and the conversations and the discussions. We are also, I am also grateful for the new generation of people that have come on board in a very significant way, the younger people. Well, I will mention Fachi again, because Fachi started with us on the outset, where we used to do things in the old-fashioned way, sending emails, sending sort of registration forms and so on. But he put us into the 22nd century by developing a very formidable website with everything online. The only thing that we don't have now, and he's going to help us, is to do the whole evaluation process of papers. And I'm grateful for that. I've sent it out to a team of reviewers, and by the 7th we will be giving papers to all of those of you who sent us papers. We'll be giving you comments on it, and in the future that's going to also be put online. Then we're also going to put a survey online. We've given manual surveys to people. We would like your opinions on the various issues that are contained in the survey. Please leave it at the front desk before you leave. Coming back to the new generation of people, Fachi, Karan, who helped us to put a wonderful program together, and it was very difficult because we had to communicate with so many people, and even now, people are still asking us to put changes in the program so that it is there for posterity, and we will do that. We will continue making changes until it is correct. In the future, we are going to those who send in abstracts and do not present, we're going to say did not present. But for now, we're going to leave it as it is. But in the future, we're going to do that. We're going to make a point of those who haven't been presenting, so that on our side we are clear that who have presented and who have not. And so to go back to the future, or to the young generation that has come on board, Innocent in Tembo, he was doing the job that I did in 2016. He was running to every venue, and he's a young, fit man, and so he was able to go from one venue to the other venue, I know Fachi, I'm mentioning Fachi again, he lost a lot of weight because he also did the same thing. And then Mrs. Sinagugu Nkonde Msondo, she was a new addition to the faculty as a temp secretary, but she went all out to ensure that this was a success. She didn't want to come here. She says, no, do I need to be here? Then I said, yes. Well, I never say yes. Someone said, Charlene, she said yes. Charlene was the ringmaster, what they call in Parliament, that whip thing, that whip person, the chief whip. Oh, Charlene was the chief whip from Monday. Despite having to live in a bad hotel and all of that, he was really a master chief whip. And then, they say behind a successful man there's a nagging woman. So I spoke about Mrs. Nkonde Masondo, and then she put a husband who also did an excellent job, another young man, Mr. Nkonde, who was part of the ICT team and made all of this possible. And so we are really very grateful to Mr. Nkonde for that. And then we have people who started volunteering to be on this committee from the outset. And that was Dr. Magigaba 2 years ago, Dr. Matadi, Dr. Carnegie Naidu. And so when I came here on Tuesday, and fortunate also, from 2 years, 4 years ago, she was also part of this. So when I came here into that boardroom, it reminded me, the first image that came to my mind is as if a big wedding is happening. The way all these, the team leaders and the people were discussing amongst themselves, and they were just ignoring me. So I just walked in very late at 4 o'clock. They were here from like about 12 o'clock, and they started, they were talking about this, we need to get this. They were getting the boxes ready, they were getting the folders done and the programs and all of that, and it was just a marvelous sight for me, And maybe I'm talking about wedding because these issues are at the back of my mind. But anyway. So anyway, I'm really grateful to our fourth year colleagues for braving COVID-19 and the threats associated with it, to be with us from, I think it was Tuesday, and they're going to help us with NRF ratings, with partnering with us on this magnificent sort of conference, which is growing and evolving and changing from its beginnings in 2014 and earlier. And then I would like to thank others in ICT, Yvette Canham, Simpiwe Mazibuko, Impilo. I mentioned Nkululeko Fada, I met him. I'm not sure where exactly he is, whether he's in CMD or whether he's in ICT, but all these people, they were that team that, as I said, they explained that, that they get these vessels and these things to the moon and to Mars and so on. This is how these guys were working, and I was really very impressed with their work. And so from CMD also, Ntleko, the director, she was really very good, and she guided us about the sound. They shared some of the equipment and their know-how. Precious Shamase, also associated with CMD. The camera guy who was here yesterday and the day before. I hope all those pics we'll be putting it on online. Then associated with CMD is reprographics, and some of the the banners that they design, some of the other designs from reprographics, who would like the program that you've seen. Oh, there's a camera guy. We haven't mentioned him. Thanks. So anyway, yeah, and so as you can see, it takes so many people, so many teams and sub-teams within teams to make all of this possible. And we're really grateful, for all of you. Then I would like to mention, the plenary speakers. For example, starting off with Dr. Chinzara, a young and upcoming person working for the World Bank Group, both his paper and a motivation, a role model to our young and emerging researchers, and giving us an insight into the heights that one can attain if one, pursues in a dedicated fashion one's goals in life. And then, Prof. Shambare and his interesting presentation on the law related to entrepreneurship, Prof. Barrel on social entrepreneurship, Dr. Wenzel with an amazing talk on awe and surprise in coming up with original research ideas. And then today, we really got a renowned person in the form of Advocate Tupanyane, who really gave us excellent insight into the thinking, and that's one of the pillars of democracy. And hearing what he said gives me confidence in my future in this country. That here we got pillars like the free press, vociferous citizenry, and Human Rights Commission that is very outspoken about the rule of law and what government should be doing. And you look at how many times he pointed to government and not doing what they ought to be doing. And this is the kind of institutions we require. So overall, all the presentations, the plenaries and all that was just excellent, and I'm really grateful for all of those. Prof. Iyer, who got Prof. Lotz to be on board, but then we got something as good in the form of the CEO and so on. Of the, I'm grateful to also the quality of the discussions, our intention for this conference is to empower our young people, our young researchers, to provide a platform for both experienced and novices to interact and to network with friends from other parts of the country and the world. And so both the online people, the people here in person, and all of you who had to, take your research funds and so on and come all the way to Richards Bay is not an easy feat. I'm really grateful for you. Then all the people, the session chairs, Dr. Ayansola is also part of the team, Dr. Mazarodze, Dr. Ilasanmi, in his gentle manner, in all three of them, in their gentle manner, they've done so much. And without, blowing their trumpets and so on, I'm really grateful to all of you. And then to others, Advocate Skuman, Dr. Naidu, Calvino, Munsami, and there's so many more, Prof. Livingston and so on, for all, putting this thing together. So it became really, a wonderful team effort. And even Christo in the opening with his jokes and all of that really made this thing a special moment, And I'm grateful for you all, to you all, for making this successful event despite the challenges of COVID, etc. Thank you. I forgot to mention Prof. Craylon. And I tell you, somehow something in my head said, hey, Prof. Craylon. She spent, remember, we never charge any conference fees. This was entirely free. And so it cost a hell of a lot, or close to 200,000, and it all came from Prof. Craylon's fund. Although Prof. Tawari put 100,000 into an account, but I don't think we use that money. So that money will go for a grander event next year. So thank you all. Oh, Prof. Tawari wants to say something.
Delegates, it's a great pleasure just to add in a word. Look, the vote of thanks will not be complete if we don't thank Prof. Cash. Prof. Cash can talk long hours, and he got the gift of gab, and his sense of humor will keep you awake all the time. So, although it was my idea, but I think the real man who worked and made this MBALI a successful one, and I hope, and I see it's continuing. So maybe after Prof. Cash, somebody else should drive it. And the legacy must go on, and it should become bigger and bigger. So one more round of applause for Prof. Cash and Prof. Cash. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and have a cup of tea quickly. Thank you very much.
Etwa.
Oh, you're in which room? Room 2?
Yes, room 2.
Okay, all the best, ne?
Thank you.
Testing sound. Just give me a bit of a volume. Testing sound. Testing sound. Can I have some volume, please? Testing sound. Oh. Testing sound. Testing sound. Testing sound. So let me keep it low. Who's chairing the session in this venue? Shalin. Shalin. No. Okay. Shalin. Testing sound.
We don't want you to come out. This is for the media. What I'm saying is nothing. If you can hear me, please forgive me. Oh, you're chairing this session, right?
Yeah, so who's number one?
Shola, don't know who Shola is. Adeshola.
Yeah.
Then this one, she's not available.
Okay. Okay. Not available.
11:40. She's
Okay.
not available. And Miss Connie, she's supposed to do it online.
Miss Connie. Which one you
This
got?
one, 10:40.
What?
This one.
Mtasi.
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be Connie there.
And then who's there now? She's not there now.
She's supposed to do it online, but I don't see her online. So, where is. But just say online there.
Online.
Mm.
Okay, but this.
If she doesn't
So it's
appear, then.
Odashola, online, Nklanga, Nkomo, Nkosi is, and then Pongozo, and Isa.
Isa is supposed to be online as well. Mpungo say, I'm not sure, but
Okay.
Isa is online.
Okay.
Nklanga should be online as well.
Nklanga online. Okay.
Then this is Isa. She's already here.
So must we just press there?
Then
Okay.
Nkomo, I can see Nkomo. This is Brian Nkomo, I'm not sure. It's why Nkomo, then there's Brian Nkomo there, so I'm not sure. But I think you can start now.
Okay.
There is Shola, the one in red. Prof. Shola.
Okay, can we start? Can we start, person?
Yes.
Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lionel Munsami. Attention. Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lionel Munsami, and I'll be chairing this session. A very warm welcome to our national and international guests to this conference. And the conference, as you know, is called, or the theme of the conference is Beyond COVID-19, Rejuvenation, Rebirth, and a New World Order. I don't know about you all, but when we say a new world order, I think that might create some resistance for some right-wing evangelicals. But anyway, we'll just leave that as it may, as it is. And we'll start with the conference papers. You have 15 minutes, and we'll have a 5-minute session for questions and answers or comments. So our first speaker, without further ado, will be Mr. Adoshola Susanami, University of Zululand. Is he available?
She said she's not ready now, but she'll be ready in the course of the day.
Okay,
So
so
we can go to the next person.
so who's the next person?
Connie.
Connie. Okay, Connie is online. Are there any physical delegates that are available now that we can take? It's online. Okay, so we'll go to our first online speaker, and I think we have Mr. Tasi. Prof, can you assist with the online speakers? I'm not sure who's first.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Ma'am, you can go ahead.
This is better. If you don't mind, I can start with my presentation.
Okay. Ms. Beta, your surname?
Okay.
Ms. Beta. Okay. I think it's the last one. Yeah. Okay, ma'am, you can go ahead. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning. So this is Betha, and this morning I'm presenting on the topic Bureaucratic Public Organizations and Women's Transformational Leadership, a case study on senior female managers in Ghana's civil service. So this is just the issues that I'm going to brush on: introduction, research questions, classification of literature and gap, methodology, findings, recommendations, the policy implication, and then the conclusion. So from time, several studies, especially by Stardom, 1987, and Applebaum and et al., 2003, identified women as repositories of transformational leadership, in that women had more characteristics that were more in conformity with transformational leadership, which also boosted organizational output. But however, in Ghana's public services, despite we having a lot of women in managerial positions, we are not seeing transformational leadership as it's supposed to be. And so a study by myself was carried out on female managers within Ghana's civil service. And it demonstrated that the internal organizational structure limited women's intellectual stimulation, which was the key instrument that drove innovation in organizations. So from the study, the findings suggested a reform of the organizational structure within the public services so that a viable environment could be created and make women's transformational leadership more stronger. So for my paper, the areas I looked at were literature concerning women's leadership in public organizations. How were women leading in public organizations in Ghana? And then we also looked at concepts of gender and then leadership. We also looked at the main types of leadership, which were transactional and transformational leadership, which researchers and scholars propounded that they were the most ideal forms of leadership to boost organizational output. And then I also looked at public bureaucracy and then its impact on leadership. So for this paper, public bureaucracy actually looks at the hierarchy, formalization and centralization within the public organizations. And so transformational leadership being the main concept underlining leadership in this paper, we looked at the traits of leadership. And then scholars actually pointed 4 main traits that transformational leaders show. And this is idealized influence. And it looks at how leaders show competence and confidence. It also looks at inspirational motivation. How are leaders able to articulate goals and tasks of their organizations to subordinates so that subordinates can identify with these missions and goals and values of the organization. And then intellectual stimulation here is actually highlighted because that is the key, that's the key drive behind facilitating individual creativity and innovation within this within the organization. So if leaders are not able to incite staff creativity, then it means that they are not bound to achieve that kind of transformations that they intend to have within the organization. So intellectual stimulation is actually the key concept behind transformational leadership. And then it also looks at individualized consideration. How are leaders affectionate towards staff? It's not always about being centered on the tasks that are delegated to staff, but how are they feeling? How are they feeling about the tasks that they've been assigned? So from the literature, I realized there was a gap, and the gap was within Ghana's public services. Literature actually shows that women are leading in the civil service and other public institutions, but then how they are actually leading, there was no literature towards that effect. And so from the literature, I came up with this conceptual framework and the bureaucratic internal structure we have in our public services in terms of the formalization and centralization actually limits women's intellectual stimulation, which also impact their transformational leadership. So the research questions here were, one, how were women in the civil service exercising transformational leadership? Because the study was actually on women, senior female managers within the civil service. So how were these women exercising transformational leadership? Secondly, how was the internal structure preventing women from developing staff creativity and creating changes? And lastly, what could be done to empower women to create the needed changes? So the methodology that was employed in answering these questions was to resort to purposive sampling of 120 participants. And we used purposive sampling so that we could just directly pick out the women managers within the ministries, departments, and agencies within the civil service. And then there was also the use of both primary and secondary data. For the primary data, we actually designed a Google survey questionnaire using the multi-leadership questionnaire developed by Northhouse, which was also an abridged form of what Avolio and BAS developed. And then we also resorted to Ghana Labor Reports, Ghana National Annual Progress Reports, and using Ghana Gender Reports as well. And for the analysis, it was actually a mixed approach. Interviews were conducted, and from the interviews, there were identified themes that the analysis was centered on. And then we also used a correlation model to look at the relationships between the variables that were under study. And from the methodology and from the analysis, we found out that among all the transformational leadership traits, the female managers within the civil service showed the least trait for intellectual stimulation. So when you look at the means in the brackets, you realize that when it comes to the idealized influence, it was 3.23, which was quite high, which was actually the highest. But then when you compare all the means, intellectual stimulation, it's actually 2.94, which was the lowest, signifying that women did not really exhibited that intellectual stimulation that facilitated innovation. There was also the finding that women did not have adequate autonomy for them to take discretionary measures in terms of emergencies. In that case, they were not able to incite staff innovation. And it was largely because of they are underrepresented at the centralized decision-making levels. And also, there was highly formalized laws, rules that they had to follow. There were also high levels of approvals. So it kind of limited them in terms of their ability to take emergency decisions to, kind of make staff think about different ways apart from the orthodox ways in carrying out their tasks. Also, there was this intimidating environment because the male managers were more represented at the top levels of decision making. And aside that, we found out that women lacked expert knowledge. We found out that in terms of technology and in terms of tasks that kind of needed more technical knowledge, they were lacking. And aside that, we also found out that the reproductive growth of women kind of had this extension of stereotypes in the workplaces. Because of that, sometimes you even find subordinates referring to women leaders as ma'am, madam, but then that was different from how they addressed males. The males were always bosses, my boss, my boss. But even when women were leading, they were referred to as ma'am and then madam, mommy, which we thought was kind of unacceptable, and it was kind of delimiting to women's leadership. So from that, we made recommendations that there needs to be capacity training to train women in terms of leadership skills and then more of technical knowledge. there was also the need to grant female managers in particular autonomy by increasing their participation in decision-making levels at the top level so that issues affecting women could be made more pronounced at these levels. There was also the need to reform the internal structure. And then we also found there was the need to introduce policies for prohibit the extension of gender stereotypes to formal workplaces. And so the policy implication of this paper, we found that it provides the basis for easy identification of female change actors. Because if female managers or female leaders in that regard are able to know what kind of assesses their leadership in terms of transformation, then they'll be willing to adopt to those kind of indicators so that they can make their transformational leadership more pronounced. So it will set standards for women to adopt in order to be change implementers. It's also, by means of supporting women to be transformational leaders, it also conforms to the SDG agendas of empowering women and attaining gender equality. So to conclude, this paper demonstrates the impact of bureaucratic structures on the transformational leadership of women in public organizations. Given the background of women managers in the civil service of Ghana, and alongside the bureaucratic principles, it explains women's leadership in the service. It identifies hierarchy, formalization, and centralization as key bureaucratic principles affecting the innovative leadership of women in the civil service. And then lastly, it also proposes capacity programs and organizational reforms in enhancing effectiveness of women leadership in the civil service. So these are the references on that. I just want to thank you, and then your questions are welcome, please.
Thank you, Ms. Bertha Essa, from the Office of the Attorney General from the Ministry of Justice in Ghana. Thank you for the presentation. It's quite a relevant topic, gender equality, very relevant in South Africa as well, and very heated debates. The debates usually go either for equal opportunity or equal outcomes. So I'll leave it for any questions. I'm sure we have some burning questions for Ms. Bertha Essa. Any questions? At least one question.
Hello, Dr. Manasami.
Yes, sir. Give your question.
Hello. Thank you, Peter, for that insightful presentation. It got me wondering. You are touching on a very serious issue, especially given the historical context of where women were placed in society, especially within the African continent. Even here in South Africa, women empowerment is a big issue, and there's a lot of policies and it's being in action as of at the moment. So I'm wondering, in Ghana, within the Ghana context, are there any empowerment policies that are put in place in order to empower women, in order to take up those, to be represented in the economy as well, to also be involved in decision making? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. So following the introduction of the SDG goals, which have the goal 5 to attain gender equality, the government has actually instructed every MDA in Ghana to make sure that the mainstream gender policies in all the development projections. So the National Development Planning Commission, which is in charge of this the strategic development how do I say, frameworks of this MDAs, make sure that when you submit your framework plan, your development plan, your activities, your long-term goals, your strategies, and in all that are inclusive of gender issues, just to help in attaining that kind of balance. So I think that is what is being done at the moment.
Also, fair to say is that it's just an issue that is still a burning issue on the table, not really in practice as much as you would want to be.
Yes,
Yeah, okay, okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Esa. Thank you for submitting your presentation. It is a very relevant topic, even in South Africa. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Prof, I think you're going to assist me again here, online. Where's our... I think it's the gentleman there.
Yeah, did you just ask them to announce who's ready?
Okay, our online delegates, who's ready to speak?
Virtually. Oh, Connie, then ask for Connie. We'll call Connie.
Connie, are you available?
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning.
Mr. Nkomo, are you available?
No, it's Connie.
It's Connie.
Connie Nito.
Connie Nito.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, you may proceed
Are
with
you
your...
calling Nkomo or Connie? Oh.
Hi, Connie. You can proceed with your presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me try. Can you see it?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation. Thank you so much. You can proceed. You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
15. 15.
I have 10 minutes.
Since I know you, will give you 15.
Okay, I'm going to try to be as short as possible because I have 20 minutes. As such, I did my presentation based on the 20 minutes, but it's fine. Thank you everyone for granting me time to present my paper. The title is Compensation Structure and Employee Commitment. The author is the outline of my presentation is the introduction, the start, the research, methodology.
Connie, you don't seem to be audible. Could you put your mic on or your mute?
Can you still hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, but it's
Can
very...
I proceed?
You can proceed.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, employees are seen as an asset of an organization and commitment plays a role in meeting the organizational goals and objectives. This comes from Alamelu et al. In 2015. Established in 1960, University in KwaZulu-Natal, it is the only comprehensive educational. So the study was carried out to investigate the influence of compensation structure on academic employees' commitment. Success of an establishment depends on human capital with that establishment. In terms of working environment, the working environment contributes to organizational commitment, organizational success. Therefore, it is important that university management understand factors that influence academic commitment. The aim of the study was to investigate the influence of the compensation of the institution. The study has four questions. How can conversation practice be improved at the University of Ghana? What strategic plans have been established by the university to improve? What are the effects of conversation? How do current policies conversation and staff commitment?
Okay.
There are themes that have been
Sorry,
listed in terms of the
Ms. Connie, sorry.
So,
Ms. Connie,
No?
we cannot seem to hear you. Do you have another laptop that you can use, or? Because we cannot seem to hear you.
Is it the issue of a laptop or is it the issue of the
Network?
volume? Because my volume is at 100%.
Sorry, Connie.
Yes.
I believe the issue at this point is your network, your connectivity. I would like to, if you are in the office, I would request that you use at least 1 minute to check your connectivity and try to connect using the network cable as opposed to the Wi-Fi. That is if you're connected through the Wi-Fi.
Okay, let me just give you 1 minute position of my position. Just a second.
Not a problem.
Okay, whilst we wait for Connie, is it possible for another online speaker to come in, Prof? Or? Mr. Nkomo.
Hello. Hello.
Is that Mr.
Good
Nkomo?
morning, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Is it better?
Connie?
No.
Okay, continue, Connie.
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Connie, you can continue.
Yes, so I was saying in terms of the literature review, there are themes that have been looked at. The first one being the conceptualization and conversation. As employees are a resource to an institution of higher learning, staff are deemed to be talented, committed, and resources towards achieving the goals of the institution. Employee compensation in any organization is the rewards given to employees. The quality of teaching and overall functioning of unity depend upon the quality of the members. Social reputation of the university and its reward structure. This was said by Shin. Another theme that has been looked at is the academic attraction and in this case, an asset in any organization is the people or other people. So human capital is the factor that drives resources towards achieving goals. There are different types of equity that involves comparison of rewards across the market. So it's saying in 2017. Also, in terms of labor turnover in academia, according to Mwami in 2014, he indicates that labor turnover is described as the influx and exit of individuals into and out of the workforce over a specific period of time. Also, Brown indicates that studies have shown that the levels of labor turnover are found in the hospitality industry, such as hotels, catering and leisure, call centers, and among other lower-paid private organizations. The theoretical framework that was used for the study is the Herzberg two-factor of job satisfaction in order to determine various factors that motivate academic staff satisfaction between interests, which is the motivator, and NCC, which is the hygiene in the workplace. The methodology that was used for the study, it adopted quantitative research using a survey. The target group was academic staff of a university in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. The researchers used a self-administered questionnaire to collect data from the respondents. The validity of the instrumentation for the study were used from Bash Alpha to determine the level of internal competency. In terms of data analysis, I already indicated the study which I was able to data collection. For the study because spontaneous collection of a target group using an instrument. They were open and questioned in order to get insight and support the study had a total of questionnaires, and the questionnaires were distributed to academic departments. Respondents in various faculties were lecturers, senior lecturers, associate professors, professors, and senior professors, while the qualifications of the respondents ranged from lower degrees to doctoral degrees. In terms of a research question one, which indicates the compensation practice is best improved, what came out of that question was the issue of working environment, recognition, and in-service training. And then in terms of research question two, strategic plans that are available in the university to retain academic employees, make them committed to the institution. Then issue of compensation, adequate retention, and benefits. Question three, the compensation to the university. A response of 94.5 were in that of compensation more to the staff, and then the the last question, which is how do current theories adequately explain compensation and commitment at the university in KwaZulu-Natal? 1% of the participants were in disagreement with the statement, and 69% of the respondents raised the argument that employees do not understand how compensation theories are structured. You will recall that I did indicate earlier on that there were also open-ended questions. The outcome of those open-ended questions were the factors that affect academics. 9% of the study argued that their performance would improve if there were a better working environment, while 20% argued that their performance will improve if they were compensated well. And then furthermore, 17% of the respondents decided not to give any view on the matter. The data analysis based on open-ended question continues. A view on compensation of academic staff in the university. 14% of the participants suggested workshops with the aim of giving clarity on the compensation. And then there were also further comments and suggestions from the group. Some of them were saying that commitment and organization more than just one project and go together. It supports the finding of the study. Recommendation remain issue the improving conditions. Based on the findings of the study, there's a need to improve lack of company policies. The higher education sector, like all other economic sectors, this is a challenge in the competitive environment of this resource in the labor market. So based on the findings, which revealed that in order to compete the university in KwaZulu-Natal should develop policies aimed at retention. The employee remuneration also came out as a recommendation, where in order to combat the level of dissatisfaction, KwaZulu-Natal should be effective and which can be used as a and among in terms of employee benefits, the benefits are essential for the organization to be of choice. The academic workload also came out, where findings revealed a workload among the current academic staff. Therefore, introduction of workload at the university in KwaZulu-Natal, as it will create structure. So the recommendation to management of the university in KwaZulu-Natal, the study proposed intervention by management to address burning issues will assist KwaZulu-Natal to achieve its goal. highlighted the impact of the level of compensation is in university in KwaZulu-Natal. Exploration goals record successful organization is authoritative duty within the sphere of its influence and with a point of keeping the employees satisfied so as to focus on their responsibilities. Utilizing information gathered from University of KwaZulu-Natal, academic views and connections with investigated, the researchers were able to identify the degree to which factors influenced employees' commitment. The factors included, among others, clear organization objectives, clear policies, and a challenging work environment. I thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you for the presentation. A very volatile topic on compensation. Are there any questions for Ms. Connie? Continue, Mr. Tori. Question?
Yes. My question is, do you think compensation is the only factor that makes staff members stay, or there are other factors?
Connie, the question is...
Compensation.
Proceed, Ms. Connie.
I did try. Okay, my submission is that compensation is amongst other factors. There are other factors, but it seems that compensation takes precedence. My view on the issue.
Okay, I just want to add on
Not just.
I just want to add on to the question, like, for example, do you think political factors or social factors would affect a person's decision or not? Like, for example, if they are working in a politically unstable country, do you think they will then leave their job and work for a lower salary somewhere else where they feel more safer? Or the working culture, for example, there's violence and there's toxicity. I'm just asking this from a common man's point of view. Is the salary the only thing, or it's like a whole mix?
Okay, the question is, Connie, is salary the only incentive or compensation, or the other risk factors, political factors, etc.?
Salary is not the only factor that affects, should I say, the conduciveness of the working class or the working environment. There are other factors as well. The speaker makes reference to political factors. Yes, the political factors has got a direct engagement when it comes to compensation. But having said so, compensation is not the only factor which makes the conducive working environment. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, I think so.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation, Connie. We really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll now move on to our next speaker. I'm going to ask Professor to assist me again. Who's available online next?
I'm available.
Your name, ma'am?
Miss Nkomo. Miss Nkomo.
Ms. Y. Nkomo. Okay. Our next speaker is Y. Nkomo from University of Zululand, our very own University of Zululand. And our topic is racial differences in smoking and reproductive health in South Africa. Ms. Nkomo, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
It's visible, Ms. Nkomo. You can go ahead.
Thank you. My topic is entitled Oh, good morning, everyone. Sorry for that. My topic is tackled racial differences in smoking and reproductive health in South Africa. This is still a working paper, and it's one of the papers in my PhD. So your valuable comments will be very much appreciated. It's still in its early stages, and I would really appreciate your comments. Decreases in fertility rates have become a concern, a significant concern to developed and emerging countries, including South Africa. Statistics show that global fertility has declined from 3.2 to 2.5 from 1990 to 2019. This is according to the World Fertility and Family Planning in 2020. In sub-Saharan Africa, fertility rate is 4.7 births per woman, and in South Africa alone, fertility rate has decreased to 2.5. And now, the individual lifestyles are claimed to form part of the contributing factors of fertility decline. This is according to Sharma and others in 2013 and Rosa in 2014. Several South African studies have focused on these lifestyle changes, as well as the high levels of education, low marriage rates or late marriages, HIV and AIDS, as factors that influences fertility. With this in mind, smoking is also a lifestyle choice that is a contributor to spontaneous abortion and a perinatal mortality in women, according to Salihu and Wilson in 2007 and Dutra in 2014. Now, we can use the life history theory and the health behavior theory in this study. And these theories revolve around the behavioral, biological, and comparative evidence. They comprise of the individual's entire life cycle, including fertility, stages of reproduction, development, as well as the life expectancy. Hence, we chose these theories. And these theories provide also an improved understanding of women's reproductive health, testing how genetic, behavioral, such as smoking, and social factors in life across all age groups perform independently and interactively to influence health. Although other studies have outlined different factors that may cause fertility decline in women, this cannot be generalized in a population that has different racial groups, as such outcome would only be an averaged outcome. Because of cultural differences in quality of life, racial differences, and lifestyle may result in different health outcomes across population groups in South Africa. Therefore, this study focuses on the role of lifestyle changes with regard to smoking, in particular amongst South African women, and whether such linkage is subject to racial differences. The study uses the National Income Survey dynamic data, and it's from 2008 to 2017, which is, it uses all the 5 waves. And this data is used to capture the lifestyle dynamics and fertility over time in order to help advance knowledge on the impact of smoking on fertility. So our hypothesis, our first hypothesis states that maternal smoking has a negative influence on fertility, while our second hypothesis states that the impact of maternal smoking on fertility differ by race in South Africa. In this study, our dependent variable is fertility, which is the number of children ever born by a woman. And our independent variable is maternal smoking, and this variable is restricted to only females in the data set, and it's a binary variable of whether an individual is a smoker or not. And we also included our control variable based on literature. So the choice of the variables were based on literature. Our methodology to analyze fertility, a number of studies have used Poisson regression, such as Fakbamig and Adebowell in 2008, and Abiji and the others in 2020. This paper will also adopt this model to test the association between maternal smoking and fertility. This is because the Poisson regression model accommodates observation of discrete non-negative values. So we would say a woman who have 1, 2, or 3 children. So these values are discrete and they are also non-negative. So these are sometimes referred to as count variables. And in this case, we are using a number of children. This is our model of specification, which is a Poisson model. I'm not going to spend time on it as I want to spend more time on the results. So these are the descriptives. So we ran the descriptive from our sample data, and we found that on average, women have at least 4 children in their reproductive life, according to the sample size and the data that we're using. And we found that about 2% of women are smokers in South Africa, according to the data set. 49% live in urban areas. And the statistics also show that almost 14% of women in our data sets have finished primary school, 59% have matric, and 21% have tertiary education. We also included depression, and when we included depression, our descriptive statistics show that on average, 45% of women in South Africa are depressed, but this is clearly before the pandemic. Now, from the Poisson regression, now our model or our results will be determined from the 2 models. The first model is the model without the interactive variables, which is this regression. So our first model is the model without the interactive variables, and it acts as a baseline regression in this analysis. And the model 2 is our main model. So it is likely that the model without interaction, which is our model 1, may reveal different outcomes that does not take into account the impact of smoking on fertility for different population groups. This outcome may also lead to biased results. Hence, model 1 may not be used as the best model in case of South Africa where race is important. From the results, we see that smoking behavior, a variable, which is our first variable, is negatively related to fertility, and it is statistically significant. This means that as women smoke, there is a greater likelihood that they will have fewer children compared to the compared to those who do not smoke. And our sorry for that. This is in agreement with the findings from Kazembe in 2009 and Churchill in 2011. And when we are looking at the race variable, our reference variable here is white, the white women. So when we look at the race variable, we see that being a black or a colored, as well as an Indian woman, all increases the probability of having more children compared to the white women. However, we believe that the relationship between fertility and smoking is also dependent on the racial groups. Hence, interaction of the race and smoking variable is seen in model 2. So this is where the interaction took place. So we interacted the black or African smokers, the colored, as well as the Indian. After we interacted, we see that being a black, colored, and Indian women smoker statistically affect fertility more negatively compared to the white woman smoker. And also, when we check the coefficient for unemployed women, we see that the unemployment variable is positively linked to fertility. This is the model that we're looking at, and is positively linked to fertility. This indicates that unemployed women are likely to have more children. It might be because they see children as an investment in their old age, or the lack of knowledge on family planning methods. And this output is in line with the study from Van Den Broek and Matters in 2014. Now, a continuation of our results, when we look at the education variables, which is categorized into 3 variables, or into 3 categories, the primary and metric and tertiary. We see that looking at the second model, we see that the education variables are highly significant in determining fertility rate in South Africa. And we see that having a primary schooling, a metric, and tertiary qualifications leads to lower expected number of children. These findings suggest that education can influence the decision to have less children and focus in their careers. Furthermore, our Poisson regression output increases, and we look at income on our model 2, this is our main model, and we see that an increase in the household income is expected to increase the rate of having more children. This might be because women can afford childcare, or babysitters, or daycare, allowing them to have more children. Hence, the positive sign there. And when we look at the variable urban, whether the women are living in urban areas or in rural areas, so women that are living in urban areas, we see that the variable is
Ms. Como, can you round up?
negative.
You have 1 minute
Pardon?
left. Do you have 1 minute left, Ms. Como?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll just skip to my main conclusion. And we see that women that are living in urban are expected to have less children than those who reside in rural areas. And when we are looking at the marital status, being a married female leads to a likelihood of having more children than unmarried women. And looking at the provinces, on average, there is high fertility rate in all the provinces compared to the Western Cape. So in conclusion, this study emphasizes the importance of considering both smoking and race when observing fertility. It is also worth noting that the relationship between smoking and fertility is dependent on racial group, especially for the previously disadvantaged racial groups. This means that women from previously disadvantaged racial groups are more likely to suffer from smoking compared to the white smoking women. Therefore, appropriate educational programs should be established taking into consideration the magnitude of the negative effects of smoking by targeting different racial groups, especially previously disadvantaged population groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Como. It's, smoking is indeed a very hot, smoky topic. And I think from a legal perspective, everybody knows the famous case of Philip Morris from Switzerland, who sued Venezuela because they banned smoking. And that ban violated a trade agreement. So that was a very interesting case. Are there any questions for Ms. Como? Any questions, comments? Thanks, Prof.
The data set, did she get it from an existing database that never picked that up, or did she utilize surveys of, she conducted her own survey?
Ms. Como, your data set, was it from an existing data set, or was it from fresh surveys that you conducted?
Thank you for the question. The data set that I'm using is from the National Income Dynamics Survey, which is an existing data. And it is done done by the University of Cape Town, so it's an existing data.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
No more questions. Thank you, Ms. Como, for that hot, smoky topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We're running out of time. Can we invite our online participants? Who's next? There's a J. Malanga from University of Johannesburg. J. Malanga. There's a J. Malanga, University of Johannesburg. Okay, our next ones are local. Ms. Eskosi from University of Zululand. Eskosi, University of Zululand. Not available. Mr. Adushele Sunsanami, University of Zululand. Adushele, Ms. Adushele. Not available. Okay. Then we have our one and only, Mr. T. Mpungozu and Prof. Matwetwa from University of Zululand. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? As they're approaching the podium, the topic is, or the paper will be investigating the effectiveness of South African monitoring and evaluation tools in sustainable development policies. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Tembalisha Mpungose, doing a presentation on investigating the effectiveness of South African monitoring and evaluation tools in sustainable development policies. Presentation outline goes as introduction, background of the study, problem statement, research questions, research methods, theoretical framework, findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Okay. Okay, the study aims. Okay, this one. Thank you. Thank you. The study aimed to find out how monitoring and evaluation as defined in the National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework is implemented, conceptualized, and used. Okay. I think she's the screen. It's not showing the screen. Maybe someone can assist with that. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. The study aimed to find out how monitoring and evaluation as defined in the National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework is implemented, conceptualized, and used in sustainable development-related policies. Public policy is a government framework that guides action to operationalize a vision. It is a guiding framework of a government's intervention when dealing with the affairs of the state. The success and failure of a set intervention depend on its implementation practices, which includes its performance measurement system, monitoring and evaluation tools. Even the best policy amounts to nothing if not implemented properly. One of the impediments of successful public policy implementation is the lack of effective performance measurement systems. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Thank you. It's my first time presenting, so. Okay. Okay. It's okay, I'm struggling with this bit. Please assist me. It's taking, it's page 4. It's taking very slow.
Which page are you at?
4. Okay, you've paused. Now we're going back. Okay, this is my first presentation, so apologies for that. I'm trying. Okay. Okay, the study aimed to find out how monitoring and evaluation defined in the National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework is implemented, conceptualized, and used in sustainable development-related policies. Public policy is a government framework that guides action. Okay, I'm trying to move this thing. Sorry. Please come assist. Public policy is a government framework that guides action, operationalize a vision or decision. It is a guiding framework of how government's intervention when dealing with affairs of the state. Okay. The success and failure of a set intervention depends on implementation practices, which includes its performance measurement system, monitoring and evaluation tools. Even the best policy amounts to nothing if not implemented properly. One of the impediments of successful public policy implementation is the lack of effective performance measurement system. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996 and other prominent legislative measures relating to public services are the foundation of the developing South African monitoring and evaluation system. The aim of these vital pieces of legislation is to provide a cohesive framework and define boundaries of monitoring and evaluation principles, practice, and standards to be employed throughout the public sector. Okay. In 1995, the White Paper on Transformation in the Public Service was introduced. The concept of monitoring and evaluation that focused on national and provincial departments to improve the quality, quantity, and equity in the provision of public service was developed. This according to Coleman and Marty 2014. However, monitoring and evaluation of public policy remain fragmented and undertaken occasionally. In 2005, the government-wide monitoring and evaluation system and framework to look at the monitoring and evaluation of government and aligned departments activities was introduced. The main purpose of this framework was for effective decision-making in line with initiatives, objectives, and implementation, informing evidence-based policy service delivery and ongoing policy shaping. International donors such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and others required the systematic and reliable evaluation projects. Therefore, an international accountability doctrine, namely the Paris Agreement, emerged. This according to Claude 2009. In South Africa, this initiative of government-wide monitoring and evaluation system was guided by the National Treasury Framework for Managing Program Performance Information and South African Statistics Quality Assessment Framework. The supervision of this system was the responsibility of the Policy Coordination and Advisory Services units located in the presidency. This resulted in the emergence of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. This linked government's planning to significant outcome focusing inputs and activities to achieve the desired outputs and outcomes. DPMNE is mandated to manage government's cross-cutting development of plans and to monitor and evaluate them. The department is also charged with the responsibility of monitoring the implementation of sustainable development at national, provincial, and local level of government. South Africa has reflected its commitment to sustainable development with its involvement in international negotiations. It has been established that national framework for a move. National framework for a move towards sustainable development. South Africa has a number of initiatives and strategies in place in line with sustainable development. Makakula 2019 states there are 12 outcomes that covers most areas of sustainable development in South African government intends to achieve, which includes education, health, safety and security, employment, skills development, infrastructure, rural development, human settlement, local government, the environment, international relations, and public service. It is safe to say this is the problem statement. It is safe to say that the last effective policy plans were those of the evil apartheid regime, as they successfully divided society and left the majority of blacks in extreme poverty, and that was their intended objectives. Since the inception of democracy, South Africa has experienced consistent policy failure, with government's intention failing to reach its intended objectives, exacerbating poverty, unemployment, poor health system, and poor infrastructure. This according to Hart Boysen and Signolo 2020. In an effort to improve public policy performance, the African Union Agenda 2063 highlights the significant role of monitoring and evaluation in the implementation process of the Agenda 2063. South African National Development Plan has 74% of its contents aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063, which focus on the creation of job opportunities, the eradication of poverty and inequality, and the achievement of an inclusive economy by 2030. This according to Hertz and others 2020. Public policy implementation with no effective monitoring and evaluation system is most likely going to fail and waste scarce government resources by addressing issues that are in essence not problematic, but rather symptoms of the problem. This according to Zwane 2018. These are research questions guiding the study. The first question is, how is monitoring and evaluation in South African public policy organized to support the achievement of the intended development? The second question, how effective are the tools employed to monitor and evaluate South African sustainable development? The third question, what are the socio-economic challenges faced by South Africa in terms of sustainable development that need improved monitoring and evaluation systems? And the last question, what are possible solutions for the enhancements of monitoring and evaluation system in South African public policy? The research methodology, this study adopted qualitative approach and utilized a systematic review of existing literature available in public and private domain. The methodological design allowed the researcher to conduct content analysis, research exploring existing data on a well-articulated topic of a systematic inquiry with clear set objective. The qualitative method emphasizes the discovery of broadly defined goals and a collection of direction, either already existing or new. According to Cropley 2019, in qualitative method, it is possible to carry out qualitative research without actually collecting any new data. Well, now moving to the conceptualization of the study, we define public administration as a field of study and public administration as a government activity. According to Mtetwa, opening quotes, the study of public administration is concerned with the study of administration activities involved in giving effect of government policies, close quote, Mtetwa 2017. Public administration is a government activity. The administration and function of government in the ancient period differ greatly from current administration, and the difference is caused by improving government activities such as monitoring and evaluation. This according to Matiba 2020. Policy monitoring. This is now the theory of the study. We used theory of change. Policy monitoring and evaluation is a public administration activity. Find its basis in the theory of change. This according to Perrin 2012. The researcher finds this theory more appropriate to underpin the study over other theories of monitoring and evaluation, as this study strives for solution of the enhancements of monitoring and evaluation system in South African public policy. The theory of change makes assumption by presuming the relationship between input to be employed in an intervention, activities to be performed, outcome to be realized, and the intended impact that will be achieved by intervention. This according to Prenini. Theory of change is described as the theoretical assumption explaining how government intervention improve with more strategies and tools and bring about certain changes. This is according to Mason and Burns, 2007. Theory of change does not only cover the theoretical part in government monitoring and evaluation, it also serves as a model of producing knowledge, policymakers to scrutinize, plan, evaluate, monitor, and reflect on how particular activities and policy inspire change. International overview. For the purpose of this study, Australia and Chile were reviewed with an aim to adopt lessons and practices that are applicable to South Africa. These countries are in different phases of development, with Australia being developed and Chile is a developing country with relatively new democracy. Chile is doing relatively well amongst the Latin American community, not being compared to Australia. However, these two countries are exposed to larger economic vulnerabilities similar to South Africa. The Australian government has an advantage of capacity, strong financial system, ethics in public administration, a tradition of accountability and transparency, as well as legitimacy of political leaders. These aspects are conducive to building a rigorous monitoring and evaluation system for sustainable development. According to Kim, Dorstein, Sarafin, and Shrink 2006 observed that in Australia, policy monitoring and evaluation has been extensively and systematically applied more than in any other country, and that performance data are published in the budget. The strength of Australia monitoring and evaluation system is the utilization of evaluation findings for policy refinement and budgeting evaluation conducted as a collaborative task between finance department and other line departments. South Africa and Chile have countless lessons to learn from each other, as they are both developing countries and both are in transition state to full democracy. And reconciliation after years of repressive regime, Chile's monitoring and evaluation system, the Ministry of Finance has consistently developed a government-wide monitoring and evaluation system since 1994, which includes approximately 1,550 performance indicators and 10 to 12 rapid evaluations that are completed annually, with 4 rigorous impact evaluations per year. This according to McKay 2012. The data was coded, put in themes focusing on the sustainable development related policies in areas such as public service delivery, employment, poverty reduction, access to water, economic growth, infrastructure development, and public health system. The study finding revealed that despite the monitoring and evaluation structure and policy framework, concerns remain about the effectiveness of monitoring and evaluation system and the economic use of resources, sustainable development to achieve more value for money. This can be achieved by minimizing the duplication of reporting information, capacity of all staff, promote effective, efficient, and economic use of resources, better linkage between output and measurement, and measurable performance indicators to objectively report on the achievement of outputs, as well as the formulation of clear reasons for non-performance. The study found that South Africa appears to be adopting what can be referred to as a Disneyland approach policy writing as identified by Oliogo and Thomas 2013. South African policymakers have a tendency of being too ambitious and unrealistic when drafting strategies for implementation. Not only are these policy documents unrealistic, they are copied and pasted from developed countries, making applicability almost impossible as they lack context consideration. These strategies appear good and effective on paper, but fail at the implementation stage and lack ability to address South African challenges. Also, the study findings reveals that there is a severe capacity challenge within the field of monitoring and evaluation, as the field is not yet fully embedded into the South African education system. Makakule 2019 concurs by asserting that monitoring and evaluation experts and governments are not good enough to meet the increasing need for monitoring and evaluation, making it difficult to implement and operate the system properly. The study recommends that monitoring and evaluation field be fully embedded in the studies of public administration, providing a standardized culture and principles. South African monitoring and evaluation system, strong academic support, a center of expertise, providing access and scarce resources and professional services and needed skills. This study concludes by asserting that if South African policy development can align with the legislative provision that requires the implementation of sound, effective, and efficient program and policies, South African public policy failure will be minimized. Moreover, policy development within the context of sustainable development indicates that the need for consciously consider the environment as an area of priority in ensuring that the overall development strategy, the country delivers on its goals and growth targets. Monitoring and evaluation, when carried out correctly and at the right time and at the right place in sustainable development, can be the key aspect in ensuring the success of sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Producer and Prof. Jetra. Indeed, a very important topic. Are we getting enough bang for our buck spent in policy intervention? And as you know, in South Africa, we are inundated with acronyms. There was GEAR, as GISA 1, as GISA 2. I think I stopped counting after that. I think we're in NDP now. But let us open up for some questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I guess it's your first time. Yes. I found that it was your first time. So we won't be hard on you. I hope in the next MBALI, you'll be presenting, because once you start presenting, you're going to be good. So as you are presenting to us, you need to engage us as your audience. I'm just making this comment since it's a developmental conference, to say that then try to avoid to have long paragraphs in your PowerPoint, so that then you don't panic to feel like you're not going to finish your presentation, and just have, just bullets which are just highlighting your main points, so that then you speak us to the audience rather than reading it. So in the next MBALI, next year when we meet again, I want you to present another paper, but well done and congratulations in making the first step, to present to us. Let's give a round of applause, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. Next question. I think there was a question from Dengesa. You had a question?
My question is regarding the ex officio. The holders of the office, they are agents, they are representing the society to run the business of the government. But now, my concern is about the capacity and the involvement of the politics of the day. Are they using merit or affiliation? Do you understand what I'm saying? So you hold an office, is it because of the merits, or is it because you are affiliated to a certain group? These are all those things which need to be studied in detail, because at the end of the day, we need people who are what you call with merits and with the right credentials and with the right transparency and ethical behavior. This is more of a comment, and thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? That was a comment. I don't think we're going to respond to that. Thank you so much, Mpunguzu. Thank you so much. Oh. You could respond to that. But it was a comment, but feel free.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate. With regard to your comment, unfortunately in South Africa we're using party politics, and party politics comes with the benefit of the spoil system. And the spoil system creates a space where merits are not considered, rather the comradeship and affiliation, as you mentioned. So that's one of the biggest problems that we have. And also the corruption is part of the problem, because it creates a space where they rather hire friends who don't even have those qualifications, like in the case of monitoring and evaluation, as it's not yet fully embedded in the education in the education system of South Africa. You find that the officials that are working there, they don't even know what is monitoring and evaluation. But they are there and they're working every day, waking up, and they give such good reports on the progress. But as the people on the ground, we do not really see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. I'm just going to go through the program again. Any other speakers that are online, please indicate your availability. Okay. We have Mr. Adeshola, University of Zululand. Is he present? Mr. Adeshola is not present. Okay. Mr. M. Tasi, Central University of Technology. I think he should be online. Is he available? M. Tasi, not available. Okay. Mr. J. Malanga, University of Johannesburg. His paper is on product and process and design of sanitary pads. Important for our girls. Is he online? Not available. Okay. We have Ms. Y. Mkos, Mr. S. Nkosi, University of Zululand. Is he available? S. Nkosi, University of Zululand. The essence of local economic development in South African communities. Mr. S. Nkosi, are you available? Either online or in the audience? Are you ducking somewhere? Not available. Yeah. Okay. I think that's about it for the speakers. Do you think I should go over it again in case there's anybody online? Please unmute. Is it muted? No.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay. I'll take it there's no online participants or online speakers at the moment. And there's no physical papers at the moment. Okay. So that brings us to a conclusion. Thank you very much for your participation. Our international, national, and local guests, please take the opportunity of imbibing the sights and sounds of Richards Bay. We have a beautiful harbor We have some beautiful cuisines there, some hot curries, bunny chows, etc. So take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.
Since there's no one, I will join this group to another.
Okay.
It's no longer charging to power that is going inside, but it's not
you do. Therefore, it doesn't follow the spiritual element which drives you as a person. And I think that's why these values are low. But yes, values needs to be higher if they are internalized. But if they're not internalized, they are just in the document. They don't talk much to those who read them. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that response. I think because of time, we will take it further with your supervisor here with regard to that. Can we move on, colleagues? Can we move on and maybe take the last presenters, Dr. Adonis as well as Mr. Matonsi. Dr. Adonis, you will start, then after that it will be Mr. Matonsi. Can I please check, Mandisi? You joined late. Are you going to present because you were supposed to be the first speaker? However, you were not here when we were starting.
Yes, ma'am, I'm going to present.
Is that Mandisi?
Yes, it's Mandisa.
Ngema.
Yes, Mandisa Ngema.
Okay, then which means you will be the last presenter.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Dr. Adonis, over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Let me share the screen, the slides with you.
Mr. D, can you help me with this?
Thank you, Prof. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see it very well. You can proceed, sir.
Okay. Prof, my name is Voya Adonis, and I'm from the Central University of Technology in the Free State. My topic today is on reflections on leadership in a developmental local government in South Africa, the case of local government in the Free State province. The developmental local government that was conceptualized by the white paper on local government in 1988 came to fruition in 2000. In other words, it was formally and officially implemented in 2000 through the legislation called the Municipal Systems Act. And the developmental local government advocates for municipalities to work with communities to find sustainable ways to meet community needs and improve the quality of their lives as enunciated in the white paper on local government. And the Constitution of South Africa enjoins local government with the responsibility of building local democracy and promoting socio-economic development in local government, in local communities. That you'll find in Chapter 7 of the Constitution of the country, which talks about the object of local government. It has enunciated all the responsibilities of the developmental local. But in the main, section 153 of the same constitution emphasizes the constitution enjoins developmental local government to to take planning very seriously in the sense that in its own planning, it must emphasize the issue of socio-economic development, that in its budgetary planning, in its administrative planning, developmental local government must prioritize socio-economic development. The background, the recent reports, and in particular the 2019-2020 Auditor General's report, reveals a gloomy picture of a developmental local government that is wasteful, corrupt, and unethical. In the Free State province, which is the focus of the study, all municipalities received bad audit reports, and many of them owe ESCOM and Citizen Water exorbitant amount of outstanding debt. This is in the reports of both SALGA and the AG. These are recent reports. These disturbing developments of dysfunctional and inefficient municipalities take place under the watchful eye of both political and administrative leadership of the adopted developmental local government. The failure to play an oversight role by political leadership and chronic inefficiencies in local government administration continue with impunity and no consequence management. This last bullet was and continues to be emphasized by the Auditor General, and nothing happens all these years. I'm sure for the past 10 years in the Free State state of affairs.
No, we're gonna print skins for the next one.
The problem statement, the paper argues that poor performance and dysfunctional state of local government are perpetuated and nourished by poor, ineffective leadership in local government. Both political and administrative leadership in developmental local government are not fit for purpose. This is the argument of the paper. The newly elected leadership that has been sworn in now in November 2021 is not spared as the majority party in the Free State province advocates for the retention of 60% of all councillors in municipalities, irrespective of their legacy, inefficiency, and ineffectiveness. In other words, recycling inefficiency and ineffectiveness. They are literally saying 60% of incompetence must go back to local government again. The majority of the executive managers in many of those municipalities in the Free State province will be retained because their contracts are still valid, and as such they carry the baggage of poor performance, incompetence, and dysfunctionality into the new administration sworn in now in November. The research question is, what type of leadership does the developmental local government need for it to realize its strategic goals? And linked to that, the objective is to determine the kind of leadership suitable for developmental local government for it to achieve its strategic objective, for the developmental government to achieve the strategic objective. Secondary objectives, I've got 3 bullets there to understand the theory of a developmental local government within the realm of political and administrative leadership of municipalities. To determine the challenges confronted by leadership in developmental local government, to suggest the kind of leadership needed for developmental local government in South Africa. The emphasis on developmental or on leadership, Chair, also emanates from the understanding that council, as an example, as the political leadership of developmental local government, has got serious responsibility. One, adoption of the strategic plan, which is the IDP, adoption of the budget, the appointment of executive managers, municipal managers. All these are drivers or are elements that are needed for the implementation of the developmental agenda. So the paper argues that with the leadership you have, which is found wanting in terms of the reports that we have gone through, are a problem. In fact, the leadership is a problem. The significance or the motivation for the study, theoretically the study will contribute to the body of knowledge of the developmental local government in South Africa, especially in the area of leadership for developmental local government. And secondly, the study intends to influence positive thinking and the developmental approach to developmental local government leadership to understand their roles and perform optimally to the satisfaction of its citizens. The study also intends to trigger interest and further studies to investigate the concept of developmental local government and explore ways and means of assisting developmental local government to achieve its sustainable developmental goals. What also popped in mind, Prof. Julie, is local government the right platform or the right sphere to drive the developmental agenda of the South African society? That is why in that bullet was saying it must also, the study is also trying to trigger the interest in developmental local government. The research methodology, of course, will be qualitative, information from various written reports, journal articles, newspapers, magazines, and will be analyzed and integrated into the study. The literature review will also look at the theory surrounding the developmental local government. Of course, moving from its inception, because you know as much as I do that the precursor here was the white paper on local government in 1998, and followed also in the same realm by the characteristics that are linked to developmental local government, which is maximizing social development and economic growth, integrating and coordinating, democratizing development, living and learning. And literature will also, because we are suggesting a strategic leadership to be embodied or to be embraced by local government. Strategic leadership will also form part of the literature review. And strategic leadership is the ability to anticipate what is necessary by articulating a strategic vision for change in the organization, as well as to empower and motivate employees to create and implement the strategic change as necessary. So in other words, we're suggesting this kind of leadership, strategic leadership, because strategic leadership is about understanding the entire organization and the environment within which they operate. Strategic leadership is defining the vision and moral purpose and translating them into action. Seeing that there's lack of leadership or failure on the part of leadership, leadership as proposed, strategic leadership will bring about sense into leadership in the developmental local government. Competencies of strategic leadership are strategic thinking, emotional intelligence, the ability to create and communicate a vision, the ability to instill commitment. The fact that there's non-performance, there's no culture of performance, speaks volume, Chairperson, and also the willingness to delegate and empower, the ability to take tough decisions. The Auditor General has bemoaned the failure by leadership to implement consequence management, and strategic leadership comes in handy in the sense that it empowers or it gives leaders the ability to take tough decisions and ensure that strategic objectives are realized. The preliminary theoretical findings have been the following: protest marches because of poor records of service delivery, real and perceived instances of corruption, and the lack of developmental impact by municipalities. Tensions between political and administrative interface. In other words, interference in political interference by politicians in administration, lack of appropriate skills and lack of commitment on the part of officials, ill practice of what are called cadre development, and some don't call it cadre development. If you go to the Western Cape, they also have cadre development, but they don't want to call it cadre development. And lack of skills, lack of culture of good governance, accountability, and responsibility on the part of governance and administration, and administrative arms of the local government. Recommendation: developmental local government must legislate the adoption of the King III report, which in the main emphasizes ethical leadership and in fact, strategic leadership, corporate governance, and good governance in the true sense of the word. Developmental local government must legislate accountability and consequence management by municipalities in line with the imbibition of strategic leadership. Accountability and consequence management come in handy. They are part and parcel of the responsibilities of strategic leadership. Developmental local government must legislate knowledgeable, ethical, and qualified strategic leaders, both political and administrative leadership in municipalities. I don't know why it has become a norm, Prof. Jilly, in municipalities that political leadership, you don't need education to be a mayor, you don't need education to be a speaker, you just need to have a political clout. It's a problem. How are you going to play an oversight role? How are you going to play an oversight role on officials that are educated? That is why we're recommending that developmental local government must legislate knowledgeable, ethical, and qualified strategic leaders, both political and administrative, because they're dealing with huge budgets, they're dealing with the lives of communities, the developmental aspirations of communities. Developmental local government must build strategic leadership through performance culture as a way of life in municipalities. Developmental local government must build strategic leadership by embodying constant monitoring and evaluation through the organization. I think Chapter 6 of the Municipal Systems Act, which talks about performance management and monitoring thereof. This must happen in the true sense of the word. I think the previous speaker spoke about idealistic intentions and instead of realistic intentions by the public sector. This is common in local government. And in conclusion, the chairperson, we say that it is through strategic leadership that developmental local government will realize the strategic goal of sustainable socio-economic development of their communities. It is through strategic development that developmental local government will be able to build sustainable livelihoods and enhance local democracy in South Africa. Thank you, Prof. Jill.
Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. Strategic leadership, developmental local government. Colleagues, because of time, other colleagues are going for a tour here. So we are really out of time. Can I allow the last two presenters to present as well? Matonsi, can you please share your slides? We will take comments for Dr. Adonis at the end, together with the other two speakers that are yet to present. Matonsi is presenting on violent student protests at the South African universities, possible deterring solutions.
Thank you, Prof. I am Ms. Hlobisile Matonsi from the Department of Criminal Justice. My topic is violent student protests at the South African universities, possible deterring solutions. Introduction. Since 1994, the conversational capacity between the ruling elite and the impoverished in South Africa has been marked by protests. To obtain access to authorities, citizens coupled peaceful protests methods with disruptive actions in the majority of situations. Almost every protest action is motivated by unresolved issues of a breakdown in communication with the relevant authorities. Tuition costs, housing plans, language of instruction, and symbolic tributes to colonial stalwarts have all contributed to a stressful environment of confrontations and riots reminiscent of the world-famous student uprisings of the 1960s and 1970s during the struggle against apartheid. These violent student protests have also resulted from the prioritization of political parties and student unions over student academic requirements. Dr. Padi Lehohla, who is the former statistician general of statistics, Stats SA, noted that violent or non-violent student protests have been growing all over the institutions of higher learning in South Africa. The consensus of the above said narrative is that the recent student protests has turned out to be unmanageable and that they have devastatingly become wild and worse. The problem statement: student protests in Africa and across the board is not the latest paradox. The far-reaching student advocacy emerged in the early 1940s as African nationalism took dissimilar conduct in the fight for sovereignty and took constructive course after independence on the African continent. African students have inherited the culture of violence displayed throughout the colonial struggle, also pointing out that while colonialism is defunct, the habits of violence that was employed to dispute it has not vanished. The majority of these protests have been violent, despite the fact that they have taken many forms. The history of violent student protests in South African universities. The people of South Africa have experienced various types of disturbance and ravage that have burned schools and hospitals, halted production, blocked roads, looted shops, and claimed lives in ways notably equivalent to those witnessed in the course of the turbulent years of apartheid endurance. This means that the majority of Black and common people were wary of expecting indefinite future gains in largely economic freedom, as promised by the post-apartheid state and the constitution that founded it. The freedom to strike or to protest was explicitly enshrined in the Constitution and thus given legal protection over 23 years ago. Citizens, including students, would eventually obtain the ability to protest in opposition to any violation or loss of their rights or appropriations, as well as poor service delivery by any stakeholder in educational institutions, government, or the private sector. 23 years after the democratic transition, the South African post-apartheid government is still dealing with these issues of repeated youth protests. Violence in student protests at the South African universities. Professor Jonathan Jansen, a seasoned university executive from South Africa, mentions that violence is a kind of institutional oppression. Through violent words, institutional processes, acts, and behavior directed towards Black people in order to dehumanize them can translate into physical, emotional, and psychic violence. Violence acts can be used as an instrument of liberation, supporting democracy by empowering marginalized communities. Democracy has a potential to become an instrument of dominance, weakening opposition by labeling individuals who break from formal institutional roots as violent. While violence and destruction of public property were strongly condemned, the Twitter handle #FeesMustFall highlighted that protesting students only resorted to violence when peaceful negotiations regarding their grievances were ignored, and that the students generally maintained that they resorted to violence and protests after unresolved conflicts. The protests would have stayed peaceful if it hadn't been for the violence. Getting irritated by unconcerned or unethically responding university decision makers is common. When student protesters at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology began using nonviolent tactics of protest, actions of being ignored, shunned, and dismissed caused violence, and as a result, property and physical integrity were destroyed. Student protests at the universities in South Africa. On the 15th of March 2021, an article was released on the Times Live media platform. That article was titled "Police Disperse Protesting Students at the University of Zululand." Despite the COVID-19 limitations, a number of students reportedly assembled outside the KwaDlangezwa campus main entrance to protest. The police were called to disperse a group of people who were setting fire to tires outside the main entrance. The main entrance to the Richards Bay campus was also shut down as a result of the protest. This occurred when the EFF Student Command and SASCO called for a nationwide university closure. These students demanded that DHEADS respond to the demands of the Twitter handles #SizofundaNgenkani, #Blade We Can't Breathe, #Blade Must Fall, and #National Shutdown. During the academic years 2015 and 2016, South Africa witnessed the voluntary emergence of two intersecting social movements that attracted attention from all corners of society, even outside the country. Each had its own hashtag. It was #Rhodes Must Fall and #Fees Must Fall. The #Fees Must Fall movement spurred intense arguments about university cost rises. The message was clear that higher education expenses were clearly too high and unaffordable for the majority of disadvantaged Black students. These protests, which frequently turned violent, were marked by disputes amongst protesting students, the police and private security officers employed by universities in some form or another. University property has been burned, exams and other university functions were disrupted, and student leaders were arrested and suspended. The government had a major responsibility to provide more resources to repairs rather than supporting disadvantaged students in obtaining higher education. Dr. Blade Nzimande, the Minister of Higher Education and Training, reported that destruction to universities caused by arson, destruction of libraries, laboratories, and lecture halls, among other things, amounted to over 600 million in the 2016 academic year alone. Practices to minimize violent student protests at South African universities. A remedy that can be essential in minimizing the violent student protests at the University of Zululand is the development of campus radio. Campus authorities can use campus radio platforms to facilitate the dialogue required to address student demands in ways that resonate with campus culture. This can be mainstreamed through on-air talk show debates involving students and university officials. Campus radio can also promote a peaceful environment through formats such as drama series based on transformation in client storyline between protagonists, for example, versus university authorities versus students, featuring an education policy expert as a moderator. Such strategy is useful in countering sour grapes, since it enables stakeholders, particularly students, to receive and act on information that is based on authentic sources such as institutional authorities. Campus radio content should be used to gradually build confidence through inter alia, dramatized efforts to discourage violent behavior and encourage benefits of mediated solutions. Thus, themes on the student protests, governance, and peaceful campus environments could be seen as a core elements of campus radio content. In addition, any issues pertaining to the causal links between student activism and violence, including alcohol and drug abuse, could be mainstreamed into information campaigns with vested inputs from the University Students' Affairs or Governance Department. The methodology that was used in this study was the descriptive interpretive approach, whereby a schedule of interviews was created by the researcher who also was the research instrument. The design of this research sample strategy, data collection method, ethical considerations, and limitations were addressed in the context of the violent student protests role players. The unit's analysis was the literature available on the internet, and the sample frame is all South African universities. Recommendations. The university management should be more receptive to conversation rather than seeking court injunctions at the first sign of student unrest. Universities appear to utilize the courts as a first alternative to justify calling the cops to keep the peace on campus. The university management needs to be more accommodating in their interactions with students and grasp the political dynamics and power conflicts that accompany these students' formations, which can make talks tough at times. Furthermore, when organizing protests within the university, student protest organizers must be aware of their obligations and duties, which include the necessity to regulate protesting students so that they do not turn violent even when provoked. Protests should be used as a form of communication, commonly when university management is unwilling to interact with students in an equitable and clear approach. Student leaders must also think more critically about the viability of their requests and negotiate with a definite position. It is also critical for student leaders and all concerned to deliberate on their own ways of rejection and disregarding of others, such as female student leaders and gender non-conforming people, also as they are resorting to violence to deliver their views. Universities may be the ones to take the lead in forming a meaningful collaboration with students and staff members prior to any disciplinary action by having a dialogue with student protesters and communicating with the students' union. True collaboration does not imply forums with no actual results for the community. With significant society participation in making decisions, this style of governance will hold top leaders responsible to their societies while also allowing them to reach decisions that will assist the community. Conclusion: several measures have been tried in an attempt to stop the violent protests at universities, but they have had mixed results. In order to enforce its power, the government claimed that while students had a democratic right to protest, resorting to violence and property destruction in the fees must fall demonstration constitutes a criminal act that must be prosecuted. Although the right to protest is incorporated in and safeguarded by the South African Constitution, it is understood as a fundamental regulation of democratic interpretation more than perceived as a risk to democracy. However, while violent protesters may not question the constitutional protections provided to others, violent protesters lose protection and may be prosecuted if their activities rise to the level of criminal behavior. The way in which this right is practiced, which is sometimes accompanied by violence, is concerning. It is demanding to acknowledge that in today's world, the situations encompassing students' toils to be involved in campus social and political activities in order to effect change in higher education institutions can either offer educational and permitting citizenship background for students or discourage and marginalize them further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Shonpile, for your interesting presentation. Let us allow the last speaker now to present Ms. Ngema, exploring perceptions on the cases, consequences, and maintenance of student vandalism of public secondary schools in South Africa. If you can just unshare your screen, Shonipile, so that, oh, it's Shobisile. Shobisile, if you can just unshare your screen, then Ms. Ngema, you can project your slides.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you please assist? Where do I? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mandisa, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Trying to open the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Oops. I'm not sure if it's showing that side.
No, it is not showing. We can see your screen, but it is not a PowerPoint presentation. We just see your files, your recent files.
Okay, now?
It is still the recent files.
Oh my God.
Now we can see now. We can see now.
Oh, you can see. Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Mandy Sangema and I'm a student at the University of Zululand. I'm a master's student in the Criminal Justice Department. And my topic says exploring perceptions on the causes, maintenance, consequences, and deterrence of student vandalism of property of public secondary schools in South Africa. Is it still showing?
Yes, it is showing, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay.
15 minutes for presentation, Mandisa.
Okay, ma'am. So my introduction, South Africa belongs to all who live in it and united in diversity despite the injustices of the past. The Bill of Rights stipulates that everyone has the right to education, and President Nelson Mandela, who was South Africa's first democratically elected president, stated that it is critical that our children are equipped to compete with confidence in the world arena, and that we must guarantee that all our children have access to a world-class, high-quality education. School vandalism is one of the major difficulties challenging teachers, principals, and school board officials in every school system across the world. And my problem statement: vandalism has been discussed by Kalim and Noshida as a disciplinary problem among students in schools. Disorganized schools with unorganized management, bad school environments, and insufficient resources devoted to school reform contribute to student vandalism and other misconducts, of which will later create a non-conducive atmosphere for teaching and learning. Crime statistics April to March 2019 amounted to 112,244 contact-related crimes, including arson and malicious damage to property, whereby vandalizing school property falls in, which was less compared to the 2018 and 2019 and 2017-2018 statistics. On the 15th of March, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced a national state of disaster as a result of the coronavirus disease pandemic, and on the 23rd of March, he announced a national lockdown that started on the 26th of March 2020. During the phase of lockdown, more than 1,500 schools were vandalized, and the current Minister of Basic Education expressed fear over school vandalism issues, stating that it would negatively affect the usage of the recovery plan after the COVID-19 lockdown. School vandalism has been a punishment to the most vulnerable children, and this lockdown caused schools to close and learners staying at home. The diagram here shows the consequences of school closure during the lockdown. The consequences include the loss of assets, the lack of budget repairs, hungry children, the stoppage of nutrition programs, because in other schools, learners have like nutrition programs whereby they get food at school, increased child abuse cases, teenage pregnancy, family conflicts, because the learners are always at home and not at school. Before I can proceed to the causes and other themes, I would like to start with the theories that help explain the causes and what can be done in order to deter vandalism. The first theory is the aesthetic theory of vandalism, which was proposed by Allen and Greenberger. The theory proposes that the act of destroying an object is enjoyable, and that vandalism is a result of satisfaction derived from emotions shown during the destruction of an object. There are three stages in this theory. It is before destruction, during destruction, and after destruction. So the theory was criticized for judging objects for their appearance. During the three stages, before destruction, during destruction, and after destruction, a learner would judge an object as being ugly or unpleasant, and if the learner finds the object unpleasant, he or she would then decide to vandalize that object. And after destruction, is whereby the learner would enjoy and feel amazed of what he or she has done. The second theory is the equity-based theory, is the equity-based model of vandalism, which is proposed by Fisher and Barron. This theory proposes that people aspire to maintain equity in their relations with others and society, and that inequitable relations produce distress and anger, which motivates individuals and or groups to try and restore actual equity. In this theory, inequity is said to be a great motivator of vandalism, and it is criticized for its simplicity and that people have different perceptions of fairness. And the following two theories I'm going to mention are used in finding ways to prevent or deter vandalism. The first one is situational crime prevention theory, which is proposed by Clark, and it seeks to reduce the number of proceedings by concentrating on restraining the chances for crime to occur, and it focuses on the setting rather than the offender. This theory is linked to routine activity theory, whereby crime occurs in an absence of guardian, where there is suitable target, and when there is a motivated offender. It was also criticized for failing to tackle root causes of vandalism. And lastly, we have the engagement theory, which is proposed by Casely and Snedden. Lezweka and Howard defined engagement theory as a theory based on the idea of creating successful collaborative teams that work on tasks that are meaningful to someone outside the classroom. This theory is all based on motivation. The idea that when students find lessons meaningful and have a high level of interest in the task, they learn more effectively, tend to retain the information, and are able to transfer it to other contexts. And then we have the nature and extent of school vandalism. Vandalism of schools has worsened across South Africa during the phase of lockdown. Large amounts of money will be used in repairing vandalized schools. Research findings conducted by DeWitt, Philip, and Bartlett showed that students, mostly boys between the ages of 14 and 19, are more prone to vandalism. Local headsmen, criminals, dropout ex-students, and students routinely vandalized schools. Sanders argued over the statements that says students, mostly boys, are the only ones that vandalize schools, and stated that girls also engage in the acts of vandalism as much as boys do. Vandalism committed by boys is detected and documented more readily than the one committed by girls, which is why it is believed that boys are the ones who vandalize more. Determining the scope of vandalism is said to be hard because many crimes committed against property are not reported to the police, and when they are not regarded life-threatening for further investigation. Both boys and girls target anything they see and come across. Findings reveal that breaking windows, vandalizing bathrooms were the most things that the students chose to vandalize. And we have causes of school vandalism. The causes are classified or can be classified into different categories, including learner-related causes, school-related causes, community-related causes. And the table here shows the different possible reasons behind much vandalism. We have poverty, we have peer pressure, we have drug and alcohol abuse, we have unemployment, which can all be linked to the categories that I've mentioned above, the learner-related, school-related, and community-related causes of vandalism. We also have consequences of school vandalism. It is said that the more boys involve themselves in vandalism, the more they are to be involved in other forms of crime, such as theft. And this would lead to them dropping out of school and becoming what is called parasites, para. There could also be more failure, vandals underperform in class. School vandalism has both monetary and social cost, as I have mentioned that the Minister of Basic Education showed concern that the cost will be much higher. There is destruction of teaching and learning, which leads to high failure. Ways to prevent and deter vandalism. There are international intervention programs that I've mentioned, and one of them was created by Mayor in Butterworth. The intervention was aimed to create setting influences that seemed to be a motivator for vandalism through consultation and in-service activities. A study by Mayor used the same intervention with a package that included in-service training of certain staff members and on-site consultation, which selected teachers as well as students for a 3-year period. During the first year of experiments, the study findings showed a decrease in vandalism cases and costs in 6 out of the 9 schools which were receiving treatment. Teachers as well as students showed interest in working collaboratively and finding ways to deter vandalism at the school. We also have the person environmental duet, which is developed by Goldstein. The intervention states that the environment shapes the human behavior and individuals as passive responders with little ability to select or change his or her.
Sorry.
Yes.
You only have 3 minutes left, please.
Okay. It states that we shape our environments and are molded by them. This intervention came up with different tactics that can be used in deterring vandalism, including installing burglar alarms, safety gates, security fences, concert cameras, and hiring security guards. Other things that can be done is parents teaching their children about community accountability, schools issuing out rules, holding seminars, workshops, and psychologists can also help prevent vandalism. Student participation in organized extracurricular activities, using plastic windows. Schools should also provide clear rules for the students. We also have rules, legislation, and policies. The National Policy on Whole School Evaluation was implemented for the assurance of quality education. It introduced an effective monitoring and evaluation process that is important for the improvement of quality education and standards performance at schools, as the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, particularly the Bill of Rights, stipulates that everyone has the right to education. There is also a code of conduct which is said to be based and reflective of the school's values, mission statement, and strategic plan. It is envisioned to create an atmosphere of mutual respect and tolerance, encourage students to develop pride in themselves and their school, and to generate an environment in which learning, schooling experience is not encompassed by peers' negative behavior. Good behavior expected by school includes adherence to school uniform, courtesy, safety, and bad behavior includes using drugs, vandalism, bullying, and if ever anyone is found going against these rules or conduct, he or she would adhere to consequences, which includes being expelled. For the methodology part, the researcher used herself as a research instrument and used a qualitative approach using information freely available on the internet, journals, textbook, libraries, government articles, and the information was analyzed through a thematic analysis, and the sample was all secondary schools in South Africa. On the recommendation part, the situational crime prevention theory talks about crime occurring when there is no guardianship, and that focus should be at the setting instead of the offender, of which gives an idea on what needs to be done, like having cameras or patrol securities around the school. Teachers need to find new ways to engage with their students so they can feel that they are part of the school. Some of the mentioned international interventions can also be implemented in South African schools, and more studies written on the outcome of the intervention. There could be campaigns, workshops, seminars about the awareness of school vandalism. Findings also show that creating school watch programs, evaluating public use of school facilities after hours, and storing valuables in secure areas could be of great help. And in conclusion, school vandalism is and has been a public concern across South Africa. Substantial resources have been allocated to prevent student vandalism in schools. Students and both boys and girls have been intensively targeted, and intervention programs may produce reductions in acts of vandalism done by students at school, as they give ideas on what needs to be done in order to reduce vandalism occurring in schools across South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandisi. Okay, thank you, Mandisi. I will allow my colleagues here to ask questions or to give comments, but maybe before they can ask questions or give comments, I have my own questions, but you can just answer after my colleague says already give their comments as well. So you can answer the questions together. So it's gonna be myself who will give some questions, then I will allow my colleagues as well. So my question, firstly, it is directed to Dr. Adonis. A very interesting presentation, Dr. Adonis, on strategic leadership, as well as developmental local government. And you highlighted some real concern there, which include, lack of good governance, including the politicians who do not have the required qualification, hence they are not competent enough to do what they are expected to do. So my question to you, it is, what do you think is the role of, higher education in ensuring that these people that we are talking about are well trained, so that they can be able to deliver what is expected or according to what is expected from them? What do you think higher education system institutions can do to assist these particular leaders so that they can be able to be a good leaders, effective leaders, and be able to think strategically? Then for the other two presenters, Sobisile and Matonzi, I just want to understand, because your studies, as much as the other one is focusing on schools, high schools, the other one, it's protest in higher education. I just want to understand your thinking on the root causes of this protest. What do you think are the root causes of this protest? And also, Matonzi, discuss different theories, why you used those different theories in your study, what were the strengths and the weaknesses of those theories, because normally we use the other theory to actually accommodate the weaknesses that were identified maybe in the previous theory. Maybe did you consider the weaknesses of the other theories? That's why you end up using the other two theories that you've discussed in your study. Thank you so much. I will now allow Dr. Zhou to actually give his comments as well as his questions.
Thank you, Prof. Chidi. Thank you, colleagues, for your presentations. We appreciate the work, the wonderful work that you're doing. My comment to the first presenter, Dr. Adonis, it was supposed to be a question, but it's gonna be a comment because you kind of answered this partially. I was thinking whilst you were presenting about, the linkage between strategic leadership at a local government level, given that, the local government level it's a level that is expected to comply with either provincial and national regulations, and to some extent, as you have also pointed out, the political interference. So how then, is this kind of strategic leadership going to be, because obviously it's not independent. In a private enterprise, the leadership, the strategic leadership that we have is already to some extent independent, because, for example, in a public limited company, the board will not interfere in strategic decisions that are being made by the management. Maybe to an extent that they're able to flexibly implement whatever strategies that they come up with, unless maybe if it's something that has got negative repercussions on firm value affecting the shareholders. But in this case, you find that even though we have local leadership, they are not largely independent. So I'm thinking and I'm saying, how can we empower these people to make decisions and to be able to implement them without this interference, either from the national government, provincial government, or from other political role players? Then for the second presenter, there's something that I didn't get. Maybe I didn't get it if you said it, but I didn't get, the contribution that you're making in this study about violent student protests. Yes, I see that you're using desktop, research method, but it wasn't clear to me what is it that you're bringing in that has not been covered already by those people that you were referencing to. And also, I didn't clearly get the theoretical framework that you used. For the last presenter, my comment was going to be the same that Prof. Chile gave about using the 4 theories. You can see that they are different, and we're not really sure which one have you, or why you've decided to work with all the 4 of them. Are they complementing each other in some way, or maybe were you supposed to take 1 or 2 of them and leave the rest? Then maybe I didn't get you clear also on the sample. What did you say your sample was, and what was your population? If you can maybe just answer me there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jo. I see there is also a question in our charts, but before we can, okay, let me see if we can read. There is a question in our charts to Ms. Ngema as well as to Ms. Matonsi. Don't you think community behavior on protest to vandalize and being violent is contributing as adopted at secondary schools and university? How to address it as a community issue? Okay, so let me firstly allow let's start from Matonsi, then we will allow Ngema Mandisi, then lastly it will be Dr. Adonis to respond. In that order, colleagues. Matonsi, you are muted.
Oh, I think I've unmuted now.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, no, the first question, or is it the second one, regarding the theoretical framework? I used 3 theories in this study, which are triangulated. It's the rational choice theory, which follows the core logic of the classical school, which holds that humans make decisions based on a hedonistic calculus, and that people act to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. And I also used the situational crime prevention theory, which stipulates that rather than catching and punishing criminals, the theory aims to prevent crime from happening at the first place. Meaning, when these students protest, they also commit crimes, like when they burn down the buildings, that is arson, and when they loot, when they steal, so that those are crimes. So the situational crime prevention aims at catching and punishing criminals, rather than, I mean, it's catching and punishing criminals, which is aiming at preventing crime from happening in the first place. The third one is the social psychology of protest, which stipulates that it's about how people react to and understand the environment around them. It claims that there are grievances, efficacy, identification, and emotion, and also social embeddedness, which are discussed in this theory of social psychology of protest. The second question was, can I go back to my notebook? Okay, it says how to address the violent protests. Was that the question? How to address
the root causes of the violent protest.
Oh, okay. One of the root causes of the violent protests are the prioritization of political parties by students. When students are admitted at the universities, there are many political formations that are available, and they join those political formations. And instead of focusing on their academic, work, they begin to join these political formations, and they end up prioritizing them more than what they were admitted for at the university.
Okay.
What was the last question? Can you please remind me?
The contribution into the body of knowledge.
The contribution to the body of knowledge.
Yes.
Can you please just give me a minute? Let me just work on that one.
Okay, thank you. No problem, no problem. Mandis, can you please respond to your questions, please? Or maybe, you know what, Ms. Matonsi. Yes, yes. I was sorry, Mandis. Sorry, Mandis. I was saying, Ms. Matonsi, you don't have to answer that question now. It can be just a comment that you can look into and see and go back to your study and see how does it contribute to the body of knowledge. So you don't have to respond.
Okay,
thank you. Yes, over to you, Mandis.
Okay, the comment regarding the root causes, I would say it could be family dysfunctions whereby there is abuse, and you'd find that a learner would have that rage and frustration and would want to take out that frustration on school property. And you'll find that some do it just for fun, peer pressure, wanting to belong. The question regarding the theories, there is even two theories could be used before, and the reason why is because they help in getting a more understanding on the causes, as well as on what can be done in order to prevent vandalism. For instance, the aesthetic and the equity theory gave a more understanding on the causes of school vandalism, and the situation and engagement gives ideas or ways on what can be done in order to prevent vandalism. I didn't get the community comment.
Was it the sample size as well? Dr. Joe also asked about your sample.
I did mention that the sample is all public secondary schools in South Africa.
Oh, okay. No, then
All public schools in South Africa, can that be a sample?
Is it all public schools in South Africa? How are you going to reach all public schools in South Africa? Mandisa?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you going to reach all public schools in South Africa?
Well, since it's a desktop study, going through the internet, you know.
Okay, let me allow Dr. Jo maybe to guide you on how you need to structure your sample, because currently it is not feasible.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, if it's like that, then it's going to be a problem. Maybe like you are saying, because it's desktop. But basically, to say your sample is all the public schools in South Africa, is gonna be a bit of a problem, because obviously you might not get all your data will obviously not cover all the schools.
Yes, I understand.
Maybe if you can say your population, all the schools, but then you try from that population to see how you can zoom back and say, then this is the sample, because if otherwise it's a tricky one. But since it's desktop, I think maybe call all the schools your population in the first place. Then you can see how to submit and how to choose your sample.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mandisa. Then our last speaker who will respond, it is Dr. Adonis. Adonis?
Thank you, Prof. Jilly. Responding to your question, what could be the role of universities or institutions of higher learning in helping developmental local government leaders to address the problem that has been raised? I think that was your question, Prof. Jilly.
Yes, Doc. Yes.
Yes. Universities, I'm sure you'll agree with me, Prof. Jilly. Universities will always be knocking on the doors of SALGA, which is a body, an infrastructure, shall I call it, of all local government in South Africa with different provinces, Kwanaloga in KwaZulu-Natal, Friloga in the Free State, and so forth. We'll always be knocking on their door to say, guys, we're here to help, to train you on leadership, on everything that has to do with the challenges of local government. But it will always depend on the attitude and the preparedness on their part to accept the offer made by universities. But of course, universities are there, will always be there. They have programs. In the Free State, we have about 2 universities and other universities with branches here: Stellenbosch, University of South Africa, University of Pretoria, University of Northwest, and you also have the Central University of Technology Free State and the University of the Free State. They all have these programs, but unfortunately, they are not. There is no, shall I call it, a positive response to the call by universities, made by universities to municipalities to make use of the knowledge base of universities. But we will try, and we continue to do so. We'll persuade, and at some stage, I have to share with you, Prof. Jilly, and the colleagues there. Before I joined the university, I was a local government practitioner. I know the tendency has been has always been to go to these workshops by councillors, but they don't stay. They don't even stay. They just go. They take it as a trip. They take it as a shall I call it, a holiday opportunity to go to Johannesburg or to go to Durban instead of attending to these programs. That's unfortunately the situation in local government. But we'll continue to persuade them because we are there to train municipalities and everybody. In any case, universities are responsible for the human development of society. With the second question that says, what can be done to implement strategic leadership in without the interference from provincial and national government? Public administration teaches us that there is an inherent link between politics and public administration. Unfortunately, there's always that interference, that influence and from provincial and national government. And also in terms of the intergovernmental relations, these two spheres of government, province and national, have a role to play in the development of local government. Also understanding the fact that they are interdependent and they have to assist one another, but politically they have an influence. They have an influence. One can hone into the recent local government elections, where you have seen a direct influence of the political and the national leadership of different political parties into their interest into the affairs of local government. So you can't wish it away. But maybe, Prof, we can also explore what is happening at national government, because at national government you have the state-owned entities which have the boards. Like SABC has got a board, which in my own opinion, its government is intention to try and minimize political interference. There you have boards that ensure strategic leadership, that ensure ethical conduct, that ensure that things are done as expected in their strategic plans. And though we know that we have problems with state-owned entities, not all of them